We're live.
Yo, yo, yo. What up, what up, what up?
What up, y'all? LeBron being exposed without AD. Hey, stop that. Y'all know that's...
Extremely blasphemous.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you...
Marshmallow, that ain't Q. That's Q's clone.
I'll tell you who getting exposed. Dennis Schroder is getting exposed. Dennis Schroder, KCP, Andre Drummond.
Frank Vogel.
Yeah.
Drummond been exposed.
Hey, it's one thing to be exposed when nobody know it. It's another to get on the big stage and everybody see it.
Andre Drummond is a more athletic Eric Dampier.
Damn.
God, dog.
And he's not even that athletic. What are you talking about?
He is. Drummond? For people his size, he is.
Drummond can barely jump, man. Joker jump higher than Drummond.
Get out of here, Ken.
Now you capping.
He's athletic.
He's athletic, but
He's not elite. He's not elite.
No. He's a shell of himself right now. He's not.
Is he Bismack Biyombo from an athletic perspective? No, but he's athletic.
Face the camera in a second.
Dang, that's bad when you compare to Bismack Biyombo in any way.
I know, right?
All right, I'm going to go ahead and kick this intro off. This is the place where sports opinions collide. Dead End Sports. I'm your host, Kenneth B. Inch. Joining me in the studio at Dead End Studios ATL, we got FIFO 24/7.
What it do?
On screen via Zoom, we got Shelton J.
What's happening, man? How y'all doing?
Chilling. Q is back. Hey, man, they thought you were ducking, bro.
Yeah, man.
They thought you were ducking.
Ain't nobody scared of y'all little niggas. That's all right. What's up, y'all?
And he can say little niggas and really mean it.
Like, for real, though.
Taller than me.
For real, though. Like, you know what I mean?
It's not an exaggeration. And then we got Manny Brown. What's up, bro?
What up?
So, yeah, it's us. It's just us, y'all. So, we're going to, of course, talk about what has happened as usual. Discuss the games as they are currently going on. Elimination games tonight. Portland versus Denver. Let's do or die for Portland. And do or die for the Lakers versus the Phoenix Suns. And AD is reportedly going to play tonight. So we'll see what happens.
How long?
Yeah, I was gonna say over under before he hurt something else.
I think he's gonna be like a decoy.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna get that Scottie Pippen on. So maybe
He'll-
6 minutes, and maybe they'll try to push out to a big lead, and LeBron will try to hold on.
Yeah, he won't play past the halfway point of the third quarter.
Because he that groin, man, that's
for real. That's
real. Like, remember, LeBron was out for a minute with that.
Mm-hmm.
So he trying to play 2 or 3 days afterwards. Okay, he's probably trying to play because he know it might be the last game, and he have all off season to fix it.
Okay. LeBron gonna trade him.
Y'all in full form already, huh?
Hey.
LeBron about to trade that boy. Nah.
There's only one form Ken is in. Okay? He doesn't have to get into it. He's always there.
Is this Crown Royal Ken or is this?
Look, I saw somebody asking for a Luka apology. Y'all asked for that if he beat the Clippers. Talk to me then. Right now,
Okay.
he's still a fraud.
But isn't that
So
such
next,
a weird series?
so next Tuesday, apology in order for Luka.
Nah.
Okay.
But no home team has won a game in this series. That's weird as hell.
Yeah.
Has has there been another? We were talking about that in the thread earlier. There has to be another series in NBA history that's happened, right?
You were right. What B was talking about was if it just continued to go this way, like if the away team won all of the
full 7 games. Yeah,
but no, you were right. That San Antonio Spurs game, it was just like this, but in that one, Houston went back home and then they won that game.
They won, yeah.
So Dallas better hope they do the same.
Well, look, man. I put it to you like this. I think it's in the Clippers' best interest to just let it go, because even if understand that the pressure mounts, because I still don't think that they're good enough to win a championship. So even if they make it, I think the Nets can beat them. I think the Bucks can beat them. I think Portland, Denver can beat them. I think there's still teams
that Denver
can beat them. And I think that the narrative gets worse the further they go. It'll be bad right now if they lose to Dallas. But guess what happens? They just blow it up and they just move forward. You know what I'm saying? I think it's easier for Kawhi. I think it's easier for PG. I think it's easier for the organization because there's only one thing you can do is blow it up. That's it.
I feel you, but losing to Luke KKK,
because
he out there killing these niggas. You
can't lose
to Luke KKK.
Come on, man.
Man, listen. I disagree with you, FIFO. I think that Luka is Luka's a Clipper killer. These paper clips, man, it is not looking good for them. But if they get past this round, I think that it'll be better for them. It'll bode well for their confidence because they got a good team on paper.
I don't think we can call him a Clipper killer just yet.
Luka got the white folks feeling good, bro. Luka got the white folks feeling good. It was like the Reagan years back. Like they hype as hell, bro. They talking about him and Jokic like it's the motherfucking happy days and shit. Like
great white hope, baby.
I swear, dog.
Yeah,
and they doing it though.
But what are they doing though? They winning games that motherfuckers been doing that. We've been doing that shit for years, and just because these two white boys start winning, come on, like
I guess I don't look at it that way. I look at it like how they're winning the games. I don't even look at the skin. I'm just looking at a dude like last night he had 42 and 14. I mean, to do that,
either.
You know what I'm saying? For him to do that, I don't care what he can be green for all I care. That was a monster game to do that on the road.
I feel it.
Must-win game.
I feel it. I feel Luka. I like Jokic. I think they're incredible players. But I'm talking about the people who gas them up. Bro. They acting like this is the most like unbelievable play we've seen in NBA history. And it's like these are really two great players. They talking about Trae Young and Luka trade is like they acting like Luka a 3-time champion already. It's like, dude, he ain't done nothing but beat the Clippers almost last year.
I heard somebody say today that Luka is the most valuable player, is monetized wise in the NBA right now. He's the most valuable player in the NBA right now. What y'all think about that?
I can see
from a perspective of what, like just from a financial perspective.
Financial perspective, not. Well, I guess it's value of the team too. You take Luka off that team. What is that team?
Well, I mean, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I'm not an expert, so I mean, you have to get the financial peoples to gauge that. Like, is he a ratings bonanza? Like, do people fall over themselves to go watch Dallas Mavericks basketball games? Like,
no,
I don't know. I would have to see the ratings and the raw stats for that.
He's a great player. He's a great player.
He's a great player.
We just gas him, bro. Like everyone just.
But that's cute. But that's every.
But why do we have to though? Like that's always my thing.
But it's not gassing when you're performing.
Right.
Exactly. Like he's performing. So we should be amazed. We should give him the props. He's earned it.
Yeah.
But that's his era too, right? Like,
some of the props I'm seeing.
But that's just this era too, right? Like one of the many issues I've had with LeBron is like LeBron fans, right? Like LeBron does something and it's like the greatest thing. Like no other player has ever done that. Like no other player has jumped as high as LeBron. No other player has done this. And it's like, and it's like, it's par for the course. Like you have this. It's all a part of the media narrative, right? So I think every player at one point or another has experienced this. Like, is anybody as great as they are at their best? No. Is everybody as bad as they are at their worst? No. They're somewhere in the middle. So I mean, it's just a part of the narrative. I don't disagree with you. Like, yeah, do people gas Luka and Jokic as like they like anything they do? It's the greatest thing ever. Of course they do, but I don't think it's any different than when people that gas LeBron up, people that got gas Westbrook up, people that got Steph up, and I'm a Steph fan. People got Steph up. Like it's no different than any other great player. I think. I
just disagree. I just disagree with that completely because I think that they get, bro. There's just a very racialized hype for them because they are white. It really is. And I'm not trying to hear it because they don't give Dame any of this. He has to go berserk to get a fraction of what they get for just dropping 30. You know what I mean? 30, 10, 10. That's cool, bro. But Steph be going nuts every night. And it took him a whole month to get into the MVP combo. You know what I mean? Like Giannis been dropping Shaq numbers. And all we get is he's not doing enough. Luka has been to the playoff one time. Jokic has choked in the playoffs.
But is it
about?
Because they're white? Because
it is.
We do that on here. I mean, you can think about how FIFO go at.
Does Brian Windhorst do it?
Is there an element of race
Jackie
to this?
McMullen do it?
Yeah.
That's a machine, bro. That's an institution backing you. That's an institution. We don't have institutional support. We got niggas in barbershops saying like, yo, Steph went crazy. We don't have million dollar institutions and think tanks putting together content for tailoring the public opinion towards players. We don't do that shit with Steph. Yeah, we get some hype, but it's not the same as a meme that's getting put into an actual, like, you know what I mean, campaign program, bro. This shit happens. This shit is real. So this is like, they acting like Jokic and Luka are just transcending the game right now. And
I don't see, like I said, I think that they're in the number.
Are they not though? Like
transcending? Transcendent talent? No, they're
Luka's a transcendent talent.
I don't know about that.
He is, and Jokic is a transcendent talent. Look, I'm not saying you're wrong, Q. Like I'm not saying that there isn't. I mean, you'd be stupid to think that there isn't an element of race to this. Of course there is, but is it just race, or is it a combination of race and greatness and the standard media narratives that media organizations and companies create? I think it's a combination of all the above. I don't think it's just solely, these are just two really good white players that are being elevated and propped up to a higher level just because they're white. I don't think that's the only thing. I think it's a combination of other things.
Did you see what they were saying about Tyler Hero last year?
I don't think.
Come on, bro. No, bro. We're not gonna do this tonight. We're not doing this tonight. We gonna face facts. Every time they are baseline good, they are half as good. They are half as good. They will get the boost, and if they're great, they will get a mega boost. We will be great. We get a pretty good boost. We get he's great. He's all time great. People hate on LeBron. They hate on Steph as much as they love him. In the media, I see Luka and Jokic. They can do no wrong.
But let me say this about that, Q. Let me say this about that too. The one thing to consider and to remember in this is they are these guys are internationally born players. So in saying that, they got that support too. But take that out of the equation, they're not as polarizing as LeBron or Steph because they can't even, they barely learn to speak English. So these dudes are not out there as far as that's concerned to be marketed as positive and as negative as say LeBron. You know what I'm saying? So there's not as many haters because they ain't really saying as much. You know what I'm saying?
No, Luka is known for talking shit on the court. What are we talking about? Yeah.
On the court. We ain't talking about on the court. We're talking about outside of that.
Well, what happens on the court affects outside of that.
But I think
not really. In mainstream media, he's not out here speaking on social issues. He ain't got nothing to do with none of that stuff. So he's not as polarizing of a figure, which is good. But as saying LeBron, he ain't really got much to do with what's going on outside of that. On the court, yeah, I'm mouse in the house. He talking trash. Then he's learned. But he ain't in the media doing interviews. He ain't doing no movies. He ain't doing none of that extra stuff. So he's not a polarizing figure in that way.
Or are they just not saying he's doing extra stuff?
I think the mistake is when you're and like I said, Q, you're not saying anything that's wrong or that I even disagree with. My point is that I think the mistake is when you try to conflate like the coverage that Tyler Hero gets, because I agree with you. Tyler Hero was propped up to, they were basically fitting him for a Hall of Fame jacket prematurely. Right. Yes. I agree with you. I just think that two things can be correct. Luka is being propped up by a white media machine, and he's also great. Like two things can be
Yes.
two things can be correct at the same time. And I just don't want people to get it confused and say, oh, well, Luka's not great. He's just being propped up because of the media machine, that's unfair.
And that's not my point. I just want people to be clear that perception about a player's greatness is entirely affected by how they are covered. Because we look at Giannis with a certain air around him of choking. We look at young players like Zion, like, oh, he hasn't done anything, but we don't take into account any of their situational factors. We don't take into account their actual greatness because they're not propped up either by their market or the media. But my point is not to discredit Luka's game. My point is to say, can we just hold him in the same light and stop putting the halo around him? Like him and Jokic are just I don't believe they're transcendent right now. They have to keep going. They have to keep going. Like every other player I judge it by, they keep going and let's see how transcendent you actually are. Because people can be 2 years from now talking about, man, remember when Jokic had a great stretch? That can happen. That's not a thing that's just out of the question. Luka, same question. So I just want us to be clear because, bro, they acting like people have a narrative that Trae Young and Luka trade is one of the worst trades of all time. I'm sorry. When did Luka win the 3 times? Like when did that happen?
Now, even in mentioning that's what I was going to say. Well, we do that now for Trae. We do it now for Zion. We're doing it with John. We do it for our players now too. So they're all lumped in together more so than I think it is a racial thing. And that now we do now to say there's no racism in the league, that would be some bull.
So we're lumped in together. Why?
They're lumped in because they're all doing some great things at this moment. I think that Luka is doing some great things to have what he has. He's playing above the level of where a person at his stage should be doing. There's no way this man who can't jump, who don't run that well, should be scoring 42 and 14.
It's almost like you're saying that we as black players get seen as a collective and they get seen as individuals, Sheldon.
No, I'm saying everybody's a collective. I'm talking about all of them together. I'm saying you got stars all over the league. They just happen to be in that number. What I'm saying is you got Zion. Zion's a star. He's his own player, but he's a star. Luka's a star. He's his own player, but he's a star. You got Ja. He's a star. He's his own player, but he's a star. These guys all have their own little pond.
They really don't. They really don't talk about them at the same volume. Every other story is the magical kid from Eastern Europe. Jokic is putting on. Look at his plus minus this little weird stat that they pulled off the fucking press. It's just ridiculous. And we don't get that type of introspection into our game. We don't get that type of from our young guys. We don't get that type of love. We really don't, bro. They don't dive deep on us, man.
I just don't agree with that. Like I said, Zion got a shoe. Zion get more love than anybody in the league right now.
So because you got a shoe, that means that you are.
That was just an example. Zion gets more love than anybody in the league right now. Well, I've seen way more Zion stories than I have Luka stories. I hear more talk about Zion than I do about Luka. And Luka's won more than Zion. But you hear he's played more than Zion. I haven't heard
any love really for Zion like that.
Zion? Hey, we got a couple super chats too. Got a super chat from Alex Campbell. What's up, Alex? Hey, we appreciate all the love on the super chats. Y'all just don't know how much it helps. Alex Campbell says, "Q, stop it." Norris Cole got hype at one point.
Stop. No, stop it. See, y'all just pulling shit out y'all ass now because y'all don't want to look at shit. No, let me break this down. Everyone's, oh, Q, why you got to bring race into this? I didn't bring race into shit. I pointed race out because it's here, motherfucker. What the fuck y'all talking about? You got a league of white owners dictating what these black players do, say, can't do, can't go, and you telling me race isn't here? Yes, it's here. Who runs the media? Who is appointed journalists in the media by far overall large? What is their ethnicity? What is their interest? What are their class interests? It don't align with us as players. So at every point, they are going to, just like they did with Larry Bird in Boston, they're going to find the great white hope when they can find it. That's what they tried to make Dirk into that, but Dirk refused. Because Dirk didn't win enough. But because Luka can embarrass Kawhi and PG, who has a weak mentality in the playoffs, I'm supposed to crown the kid? Like, can he just earn some shit first? Jokic he gets all these third level, second level stats, but they tell you that Julius Randle couldn't play. What is that? What is that? And niggas need to really interrogate that. Stop talking to me about some bring racing. This shit is already here. Like, what are you talking about? Shit is stupid.
We got another super chat from... Yeah, he hit that. That was a big shot. We got another super chat from Drink More Water. What's happening, Drink More Water? New is cool. Luka and Jokic are being marketed because they are the next generation. Them being white for sure plays a small part, but LeBron, KD, AD, and Zion are all hyped up just as much.
All right, y'all. Look, it's not a small part. It's not even close to being small. Like, it's a large part because they're happy they got a guy. It don't matter if he's European or not. He's the same color. He looks like him, and that's enough to push this forward because they may not get another one. That's why they jumped all over Tyler Hero last year. But he fucked things up when he started hanging out with Jack Harlow. So and he got right. He's been right since. But and Jack Harlow is another mediocre player, a rapper that got a lot of hype because of his color. Like, I mean, the guy he's trash. Jack Harlow is absolute trash. We're not here to talk about hip hop. But what I will say is, like, look at how they don't talk about Luka's free throw shooting. Luka's free throw shooting is horrible.
Or his weight. Look at how they got on Zion for a year. You need the Luka came into this shit looking like Homer Simpson this season. And they didn't say shit about him.
Say that, though.
Yes, I can. They didn't say shit about him, Joe.
They got on Zion about his weight is because of his health. That's the whole reason we talked about Zion's weight, because Zion stayed hurt. It wasn't nothing about his weight. Didn't nobody care. He could be fat all day. He jumped out of the gym and did.
Is Luka hurt? Is Luka hurt right now?
Luka stayed
not
hurt
like
too,
that.
bro.
No,
Yes,
Luka stayed on the court. Zion wasn't on the court. It's not a comparison.
Do you see his organization?
Not on the court.
Do you see his organization?
Shelton,
how many games did Luka miss?
Luka missed games like his rookie year. I had him on my fantasy team. That's how I know he was hurt.
How many games has he missed in his career?
I think I'm talking about his first year. Luka has a history of being hurt, and he has a history of being hurt in the playoffs. He was hurt last year, and he's hurt this year as well. Luka has a history of being hurt as well.
And to be fair, it could be because he's carrying a large load on the offensive end. But that is just me asking for a little bit of transparency and people to recognize the racial connotations behind reporting. We have it. Why do we think because it has Fox Sports or CBS Sports behind it that it shit is not still the same conglomerate that tells us Freddie Gray had a gun? Or it's the same shit that tells us that Trayvon Martin was a thug. These are the same conglomerates. All they do is hire people to talk about the niggas that put the ball in the hoop instead of the niggas who get shot down. That's all this shit is. So when people want to talk to me about, racism here, are y'all like what are y'all talking about? Look at how they talk about, and it can go to the most minuscule things to the most heightened things. Whether Kyrie gets to be crazy, even though Kyrie has apologized and said, "Yo, I was up too late on YouTube about the whole flat earth shit. I was wrong." They don't play that. All they're gonna do is play, "Oh, Kyrie, he's insane." But then they're gonna tell you the same players, the same black players, need to talk to the media. But when it's a nigga like Kaepernick and Kyrie, shut up, nigga, and play. Do you see the bullshit? You see the bullshit how we can get Patrick Beverly is an annoyance. He's a nuisance on the court. But Luka can do the same stuff. He can cry to the refs, all this. James Harden's a crybaby. He cries for fouls. Luka do the same shit because he copies Harden's game and he gets a halo. Hey. All I'm saying is look at the real shit. Just call it for what it is.
Hey, Q. Luka went off for 42 points last night versus the Clippers. And I'll give it Luka. Luka do be balling.
He's nice.
About Luka and his inability to play because it's there. Luka do be balling. He was busting the Clippers' ass. He was letting them know it, and I love it. I love the fact that he be talking shit. But this motherfucker went off, 42 points. I think he had 2 or 4 points in the fourth quarter. Do you know it's barely even mentioned? All they talk about is his final stat line. Mm-hmm. But when LeBron does that and only scored 2
What's the last 2 minutes? Last 2 minutes.
They jump on.
How many free throws did he miss? And how many free throws did Luka miss?
So
Luka's not great.
Yeah, there is a narrative. This isn't really about, and it's not Luka's fault.
It's not his fault.
Luka, huh?
I said it's not his fault, and that's the point I'm trying to make. Is people gonna hear this and just see a motherfucker getting mad? I'm not mad at Luka. I think Luka is a great talent. I think Jokic is a great player. I am not talking about their skills. Listen to my words. I'm not talking about skill. I'm talking about coverage. I'm talking about what is the weeds and the guts of how the media talks about our players versus them. What are the pedestals they get put on? What are the pedestals we get put on? And what do we get? We get beast, monster, everything. He went crazy. They get such IQ, great game. Look at this shit. This is not a game. This is real life. I'm not playing a game. This is real life. And the way that the NBA, the NFL, all these leagues are structured is white ownership and niggas in the field on the court. And if you think that shit is me bringing race into it, then you need to recognize that race already been there. I'm just diagnosing the shit. This is just what it is. So I have no issue with Luka in this game. I think he's hooping. He's hooping. But in terms of the coverage, it's racialized. Look at it for what it is and stop denying the facts. Because if they gonna tell you that Black Lives Matter on the court, but I can't say that. I can't say that Black Lives Matters in the coverage. Are y'all crazy?
Well,
like,
Luka
come on,
don't
bro.
think Black Lives Matter the way he out there.
He killing them boys. He killing them boys.
Yeah.
He is killing right now, bro. So we've seen Dame do this. We've seen James Harden do this. And they get not hyping in the same way. They get admiration and they get positive coverage. This is not to say that black players don't get positive coverage. Of course, we're the majority of the league. What I'm saying is certain people are getting fitted for jackets, as Manny's saying, and they're getting sainthood put on them because they're averaging a triple-double. Russell Westbrook gets killed for that same shit. But if Luka has a triple-double, it's the end of the world. It's like, come on.
We got another super chat from Alex Campbell. Alex said, appreciate you, Alex. Luka and Jokic are averaging ludicrous numbers. You acting like he Rudy Gobert. They are also ascending, and they're not at the media stage win now.
That don't make any fucking sense, but I'm gonna let him get that off because people want to just respond to their own feelings instead of listening to what I'm saying. I've been said that they are great players. They're great players, top 10 players. But if you want to tell me that other top 10 players get this level of deep dive coverage into their game to highlight every little nuance, to highlight every little genius or amazing IQ or just the savvy of his knowledge, we don't get that, bruh. We have to pay $4.99 to get that coverage on, when Kobe was doing the detail shit. We have to pay for that. They get mainstream coverage of that. And that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to discredit their skill. I'm trying to say, look at the pedestal. These niggas hooping. Hold up, bro.
We got a super chat. We got another super chat from Jeremiah Cleveland. Appreciate Jeremiah Cleveland for tuning in and super chatting with us. He said Rob Parker, Skip Bayless, all killed him, Luka today. So they all Luka today.
Skip is looking for somebody to replace LeBron, so that's why he's hating on Luka that way. So it's just him trying to find somebody that's
a corporate decision, bro.
Yeah,
exactly.
Keep his profile high. But look, while we talking about it, Portland falling apart, bro, and CJ, they gotta take CJ off the court, man.
Are they really? I just turned that game off too.
They are definitely falling apart. They were up 13, and now are they up 1?
Yep, only up 1.
Oh, is the Lakers game on?
Yep.
Oh, that was a big shot, Melo.
Bro, if Portland,
they on two different. Oh
if
shit.
Portland loses this series, they got a clean house, bro. You can't lose to a Jamal Murray-less Denver Nuggets team if you're Portland. I'm sorry.
They let Michael Porter go crazy.
Melo to the rescue.
Hey man, in other news, did y'all see about the Brad Stevens hiring?
Oh, you about
and non-fired?
Man, Q just got quiet, man. What the?
I know. That's why I brought it up. The reason why I brought that up now is because we're on that subject, and to me, that needs to be highlighted more than the player. The player thing, I mean, I don't really care about what mainstream. I only judge by what I watch.
What happened?
Luka and Joker are a joy to watch to me, so I really don't care what the media says about them. I like watching them play, and I like watching them kill everybody, just like I like watching the other guys play. I mean, Dame, I love to watch Dame play. I love to watch Ja play. What I'm saying? I love good basketball, and all of them are playing good basketball right now. So I love the state of the league right now, because right now, nobody knows who the champion is going to be this year. We have no idea at this point who's going to win it all. Yeah, everybody thinks, but we really don't know. And this is the first
Lakers.
year. Who Manny?
Come on, Manny. Brooklyn.
Who Manny?
They still in the tournament last time I checked, right?
All right.
Hey, they still in it. They still in it.
They won't be after tonight.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see.
They still in it. But that's why I bring that up, because that is privilege at its best, is what we're talking about now with that. That's the only reason I brought that up, is because that there's no excuse for him being named in that position. I don't know what he did and what on his resume should allow him to make that jump. So instead of being tired,
he checks Caucasian on the application.
Of European descent.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Bro, they ain't gonna have to come to the rescue for real. That's sad. This is a crime what they're doing today.
Brad Stevens made his whole name off beating Brett Brown.
Damn.
Tell me I'm lying.
You're telling the truth, and that ain't much. And you know what? I was watching, and now you talk about Q. You know how you were just speaking about media spin and stuff?
Yes.
That's your example. And I'm going to tell you what I heard several times in the past couple of days. All I heard is Boston, ain't they been to the Eastern Conference Finals like 3 of the last 4 years?
3 out of 5 years, yeah.
Yep.
Right. So that's all I've been hearing about, and the fact that he won championships before with those other guys. That's all I've been hearing, is how good of a job Danny Ainge has done.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't heard none of the real talk. Same thing with Brad Stevens. He's taken them to the Eastern Conference Finals those years. It's what they put on his resume and on his hat. It's not, I failed all these times. It's the fact that we made the playoffs almost every year, and I've taken them to the finals this many years. That's their calling card. The fact that they have those 2 young stars still on the roster, you know what I'm saying? And you know, they're young. These guys are under 25 years old. This all bodes well for Boston in the main media stream.
But Shelton, I think it depends on who you're listening to, because a lot of the people that I personally like on mainstream media, they have called out Danny Ainge. They have called out Brad Stevens, because the truth of the matter is they've done a good job. Let's be honest. Like, they've done a good job. But to win a championship, you need to be exceptional. And Danny Ainge never pulled the trigger to make that an exceptional roster. Right? It always felt like he was gun shy. Like, okay, I got all this ammunition, but I'm gonna just throw a pellet out there. Let me see what happens. Oh, okay. Ain't nobody jump. We good. We gonna stay stand back. Yeah. And I just feel from a GM's perspective, he did a good job with acquiring the assets, and you got 2, I think 1 superstar and 1 all-star level player out of it. But to win a championship, that's still not enough. You know what I'm saying? Like he still has not done enough. So you got to give him flack for that. Brad Stevens, he's done a good job, but he hasn't done an exceptional job, because he had a couple of teams that could have competed better for a championship. You know what I'm saying? So there are shortcomings with these guys, but depending on who you're listening to, yeah, the narrative is, oh yeah, well they did this, and Brad Stevens is the perfect successor, this, that, and the third. And I'm like, I don't dislike the move, but it ain't the best move. Again, I still feel like it is, when you think about it, Danny Ainge has been in that front office almost 18 years. And he selected Brad Stevens. And now the successor in the front office is Brad Stevens. So how much change are we really going to have? Now, obviously, I know that they come from 2 different worlds, right? Like, Danny Ainge played the game of basketball. He played with Larry Bird. He was a big-time contributor for those Boston Celtics and also those Phoenix Suns with Charles Barkley. So his perspective is a little different, right? And I'm pretty sure Brad Stevens is going to run it different. But who did he, like, from day to day, who is he going to draw inspiration from? From what Ainge left. So they're not really breaking up or starting anew or afresh. So that's my main issue. And I already know y'all gonna get into the racial stuff, so I'm not even gonna get into that. But man, again, I think it's an okay move. I think it's a good move, but I don't love it. I think they could have done better.
I mean, it just depends on the perspective. Do you think that Celtics should have made a move like that or not? I mean, should you think? Do you think, because there is still a little bit of a consensus of do you break it up when it comes, or in terms of Danny Ainge, Brad Stevens, and that kind of group there? Do you break it up, or have you seen enough success where it constitutes those guys staying on, or in this case, Brad Stevens moving up, Danny Ainge moving out? I agree with everything that everybody's saying. That's why I can't really argue it, because I mean, I always say this: two things can be right, right? Brad Stevens and Danny Ainge have fallen short of expectations as far as winning a championship with this core group of players that they have amassed, right? But I also think that you can also say they've also done a really good job. They just haven't finished the deal. So it just depends on which way which side of the fence do you lie on? Do you lie on the side on the fence that they've done a really good job and that the playoffs are a crapshoot and that, you know, if you get enough cracks and swings at this thing, eventually you'll figure it out? Or do you say, hey, they haven't delivered with the level of talent that they have amassed? So, look, as far as the hiring, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, it was kind of a surprise for me that Danny Ainge would step away. I actually thought I actually didn't expect any moves. So from the fact that we actually got that much of a turnover in that front office and that coaching situation, it was a surprise. So yeah, I don't know how it's going to be. Brad Stevens has never been a GM before, so you have to expect that there's going to be some growing pains from that perspective. Maybe he figures it out. I don't know, but I don't know, man. To me right now, to grade that as a bad move or a great move is a little bit premature. I think you just got to give it an incomplete right now.
No, I'm gonna tell you what I do like about it, and I know we talked a little bit about it in our group meet chat. That, you know, the timing of everything, and I know some of y'all felt that the timing was off. Particularly, I like the timing because look, if you're gonna make moves, especially in professional sports, make them expeditiously. Mainly because the story of what you just did is going to be a lot shorter, because now it looks like you actually have even if this may not be the case, it looks like you have a direction because you were decisive. You know, so that's number one. You calm a lot of, oh, well, do they even know what they're doing type of argument. Then the other thing is you're still in the playoffs. This is going to be swept under the rug by next week. We're going to be talking about the teams and the players and what they have.
It was overshadowed. It was overshadowed in the same day when Coach K announced his retirement. That completely became like a secondary story by the time. Yeah, so I feel you.
100%.
I agree.
That's why I like the timing of this shit, because I think it's slightly controversial. Get it out. Get it over with. Coach K, the playoffs. Hey, look, y'all not going to forget about what we're doing. The next time we're going to talk about Boston is when they select a head coach.
Here's the thing, right? So I always bring this up when we're talking about who should lose their job, who should be fired, whatever, et cetera, et cetera. What's the alternative? Do we know that there is a better coach out there than a Brad Stevens? Do we know that there is a better coach or better GM out there than a Danny Ainge? We think we know, right? I don't know. Do I know? Yeah, maybe there is. I'm not saying that there isn't. I'm just saying everybody is always quick to get rid of like a Brad Stevens, who we all can agree has done a decent job. You may feel a little bit different about that adjective that I used.
He's done solid, but he's been a top 5 coach. Like, he's never okay. I'm gonna call it for what it is. Like, you know what I mean? Everybody be getting misconstrued because of my tone. I call it a game for what it is. But one thing I just can't do is fake it. You know what I mean? When something is just, when it's an apple, it's an apple. If it's an orange, I'm gonna call it an orange. So with this Celtics hire, it's like you say, incomplete. I can't say what it is, but what I do know is that statistics would favor me and say that there is definitely across the world, out of these billions of people, there is somebody who can coach basketball and connect with players better than Brad Stevens. Not saying that he's wrong, but that's just what I'm on.
Right,
and that's the thing.
If they hire, my bad.
That's the thing that I think about the most too, is we talk about this being a good hire. I don't know how it is if it's true that he's lost that team. So if he lost it as a coach, how is he going to be a good executive for that team? If that's the case, he has no business being promoted, because what are the players going to say? That's the one thing I heard Stephen A. Smith say, which I don't too much care for what he talking about most of the time, but he really went in about that. He was talking about the players speaking up on that injustice, and why don't we hear them talking about that and speaking up for the fact that these guys are getting hired without others being interviewed? There's no Rooney Rule for the NBA.
Absolutely.
And it's like these guys are getting, like Brad Stevens getting promoted. If the players had that much of a problem, why aren't they stepping up and saying, well, ho, that ain't right? You know, and that's the part that I think about, and that's the part that kind of bugs me.
Yeah, I mean, just from the list of candidates, though, it's a little bit uninspiring. That's I will say.
And the thing is, though, is that the lists are often given to us by these uncreative, unimaginative, not searching people.
Right.
Because if you're telling me that there's not some genius sitting in D3 or JUCO or some assistant coach you need to bring up to the G League to see him coach, then you out of your mind. And I'm not saying you, man. I just mean in terms of just the fan who thinks that there's only this select pool of guys who are elite coaches. That's just not the truth. That's just not the truth. But like, in my opinion, a guy like Penny Hardaway could come in and coach an NBA team like the Orlando Magic right now. Right now, and probably kill it. Like Rasheed Wallace is becoming a coach, I believe, for if I'm not mistaken, the Boston G League team, and that's good. I like to see stuff like that. I like to see a fast track. But answer me this, y'all: am I lying that every time a coach is let go, who are the first two names we see? It's a Van Gundy and a D'Antoni. Say I'm lying. Say I'm lying.
That's true.
This coach has been linked. But D'Antoni's been linked to. It's like, dude, where is our coaches? Like Chauncey Billups gets a mention every other time, and they might interview him. Like, dude, Chauncey should have been had a GM job. Like, it's ridiculous.
Right. I 110% agree. And to say that there's not much to choose from is definitely false. There's people who deserve a look, who deserve a mention. I mean, you get new coaches in the game all the time.
Right. And I wasn't saying that there isn't guys. I'm just saying from the perspective of, it's like a quarterback, right? Like a starting quarterback that's struggling. Everybody wants to bring in the backup until they realize the backup is trash. And then it's like, oh, well, is he that much better than the guy that you replaced? So it's the same thing when it comes to coaching and GMing. It's like sometimes we're so quick to get a guy out of there. What's the alternative? If you're telling me unnamed coach Q coaching at the Buffalo Bison somewhere in bumfuck Egypt somewhere. Right. Is he a better coach than Brad Stevens? He may be. But what if he isn't? Now you're in a situation where you fired at the very least a competent head coach for a guy that isn't. So then
that's the world of sports in general though, man. And that's what you got to take. Wow. You're not in the game to say what may not work. You're in the game to say I need to try what it takes to get me to the next level. That's your job. And if you feel like that coach is taking you as far as he can take you, then it's time to move on. And it's your job. That's why they pay these people to do that. That's why you have hiring firms in some of these places like universities. But you have people in place. Their job is to find that next coach. Yep. You should be looking for the next coach while you got a coach.
That's what I'm about to say. Allocation. Where's the organization's money being allocated? And I promise you, if you had to tell players that, we can't afford the pyrotechnics this year because we hired some scouts to go do D3, D2 JUCO scouting work for coaches, and then we're going to hire black coaches and black assistants, I promise you that those black players on that Celtics team or whatever team, because we are the majority of these leagues, we would be like, oh, hell yeah. We don't care about dropping the confetti if that's what this is going towards. We don't care about X amount of cotton candy. Do that. You know what I mean? But that would mean you would actually have to bring your workers in on decision-making process. But they don't want the niggas out of the field. So you better just take whatever we give you.
Right.
And we got a super chat from Kaylin McCoy. What's up, Kaylin? Kaylin said Q spoke on Jimmy being a superstar after the sweep. Q, speak on that.
I still believe Jimmy Butler's a superstar.
Oh boy!
I'm gonna die with the lie because y'all saying Giannis a superstar and y'all dick eating like, oh my goodness, he made it past the first round. Okay, cool. Okay, the first round. When has he he's made it past the first round many times? Jimmy to me is still a superstar. You just have top. Damn.
You said Jimmy?
Yeah.
I still believe Jimmy's a superstar.
I want to know what qualities you feel Jimmy has that makes him a superstar.
He's a dog. He got that leadership. Every place he's been, they've won. That's why he affects winning.
They also have front office situations when he's there.
What's the front office situation in Miami right now?
Did you not hear him say that the issue with the squad is in the front office? That he's uneasy with the front office in Miami?
Is it not?
Huh?
They kept Tyler Hero. Is it not?
Look, after what Tyler Hero did last year, everybody on this damn panel would have kept damn Tyler Hero.
At the deadline, though, this year?
Yes.
You wouldn't have upgraded?
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that, sir. I don't know about that one, sir.
I don't know about that.
I'm riding with Jimmy. And that's just where the difference of opinion comes in. Now, I will revise my opinion if he has another lackluster season next year.
So let me ask you this, because you were diametrically opposed to me when it came to this. So Jason Tatum not a superstar though?
No.
See, get the fuck out of here, Q.
I don't think so.
Ooh, Q. Come on,
the
now.
fuck outta
Superstar?
here,
No, he's not. He's not.
Because Jason Tatum did way more than what Jimmy did. Way more.
Really? He's got Jimmy beat his ass last year. What are you talking about?
We're talking to these
His
playoffs.
team beat his ass.
Oh, okay, so now it's a team, but when Tatum do it, it's just Tatum. All right,
but not
gotcha.
Q.
Gotcha.
So you really gonna sit here and say me and you vibe?
For sure.
So you're really gonna sit here and tell me that if you're so I will put it on you right now. You're a GM. You get hired first day. First day. You're telling me you could build your franchise around Jimmy Butler or Jason Tatum. You're taking Jimmy Butler?
Gotta go.
That's a different question.
Fuck off the team.
That's a different question. I'm going with youth. If I'm organization minded, I'm going with youth. But that still does not negate my claim that I believe Jimmy Butler's a superstar because of these qualities. He made it to the finals last year. If it was so easy in the bubble, then them young Celtics should have got to the finals, right?
But if Jimmy Butler is a superstar, how do you constitute Jimmy Butler being a superstar and Jason Tatum not? That's my question.
Because number one, the apex of his career is making it to the finals and willing his team to a game against the greatest power forward we've seen of this millennium in Anthony Davis and LeBron James, willing his team to victory, beating Giannis, who was the MVP, the unanimous MVP, and even being the reason that Philadelphia was even in a position to get beat at the buzzer at a game 7. He brought that whole team together. Brett Brown was a terrible coach. He was the leader in that locker room, and he left because of that. You see, Minnesota hasn't been the same until they got Anthony Edwards. He elevated that team to an HC. You see, Chicago, post D Rose, they were still competitive. I look at that as a superstar quality. I don't have this. I don't have mentality.
And those things all qualify for a superstar, but there were a couple of things in these playoffs and this year's playoffs that to me demote Jimmy. First and foremost, superstars don't get swept. Okay, right. I don't care how bad your team is, because superstars show up and they will not get swept.
You can get swept. Michael Jordan's been swept.
Yeah, Kobe got swept.
Kobe got swept.
They went down fighting, and we got a super chat.
And Jimmy went down fighting. The first game, he tied it up.
We got to attest to that with Caleb McCoy. Caleb McCoy said Jimmy went 4 for 22 and 4 for 15.
Yes.
But superstar?
Yes, James Harden has put up similar stat lines. Are y'all going to pull out more red herrings and more fucking straw men?
But James Harden get 50-point triple-doubles. James Harden get 40-point triple-doubles.
Okay, James Harden hasn't sniffed the finals since OKC.
Finals.
Oh, my goodness. Who was on his team?
So wait, hold on, Q. Hold on, Q. We got guests, so I gotta.
You good?
Myself.
You good?
Hold on, Q. So you telling me right now on this live telecast, you would take Jimmy Butler over James Harden? That's what you.
No. Why are y'all pulling that out? Why is my claim not easy to understand? Jimmy's a superstar. Harden's a superstar. Tatum's not a superstar. That's my claim.
But again, how are you constituting Jimmy Butler not being a superstar, or Jimmy Butler being a superstar and Jason Tatum not? Like Jason again, like Tatum where is the
Jason Tatum is a great player. He's an all-star. He's a star, superstar, to be the ability to elevate your teammates and make them better. I don't see that with Jason Tatum. I see that with Jimmy Butler. I see that. I don't see that. Okay. Well, show me on the Celtics. And Celtics fans, if you're in the chat, show me where Jason Tatum is dropping all these dimes, getting everybody involved. He's just a highlight reel for Instagram. Do his ass, Jason. Step back like James Harden. That's great. He can get 50. He can win a game or two. That's not superstar to me. That's not galvanizing your guys and say, yo, we gonna ride on AD and LeBron, dog. Like, bro, like he's a two-way guy. Tatum is not a two-way guy yet. Like, bro, and Jimmy can be in decline, and I could even demote him next year. But for right now, I'm sticking by my claim.
You don't have to be.
I'm demoting him this year.
I respect you, Q.
He's demoted already. And we got another super chat from Sebastian Pierre. Sebastian, what's happening? Sebastian said the Blazers about to choke. They should blow it up.
Yes, absolutely.
Sir. Yes, absolutely. Because they had this game.
CJ and Nurkic gotta go, man.
I hope Terry Stotts doesn't rent. Or it does. I hope Terry Stotts rent is what I should say.
We got another super chat from Alex Campbell. Hey, we appreciate you tonight, Alex, man. You coming through. Alex says, so during the 2011 season, LeBron wasn't a superstar until he won, by your logic.
Where's CJ?
Who?
Forget CJ can't do shit.
Until 2011?
Yeah,
LeBron
so during the 2011 season, LeBron wasn't a superstar until he won.
That's not even my logic. So y'all just be inserting shit that don't even make that don't even make sense,
ridiculous.
bro. In 2007, LeBron went to the finals.
That's where Dame.
Wait, so what is he talking about 2011 for? What the fuck are y'all talking about? Y'all just saying shit at this point, bro. Listen to my words.
Drink more water said Portland choked in the final 5 minutes. Yes, sir, they did. Portland choked this whole fourth quarter because they was up.
Portland
13 in
choked.
the third.
Portland choked this whole season. Like the fact that they're a 6 seed, the fact that they're even in a situation where they're losing to a team like Denver that doesn't have their second best player is just ridiculous to me.
Jokic is hooping.
There's no other way of putting it.
They had a 14-point lead in the third quarter, and it just
Absolutely everybody.
Apart.
Neil O'Shea should be fired, and Terry Stotts should be fired. This is just unacceptable.
So do y'all think that Dame is just better when he's behind?
No.
Is he the opposite of everybody else? You think?
I don't know.
No.
Dame is good anytime, but Dame didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Have the pulse of this team when they were struggling to score, and Denver went on. Denver went on that run. Dame should have kind of tried to stabilize things a little bit more. He kept giving it ball to people constantly fumbling.
Yeah.
But this is where we've talked about Portland. You know, everybody's talked about the Nets and their defense, right? Portland is notoriously a bad defensive team. Like this is where you need to lock historically bad. So this is where you need to lock down and really hone in on the defensive side of the ball, right? When you have a big lead and you're in a situation where you're trying to keep a team from scoring, like you have to lock down defensively. And nobody's asking Portland to be the 89 Pistons, but you have to at least try on the defensive side of the ball, and they don't. And this is emblematic of that. This is like a prime example of that. Like, how do you blow this lead? How?
I don't know, but Dame got it. I don't know, but Dame probably got to leave then. Like he's one. I think I just saw they say he's 1 for 8 in the second half. I mean, he basically gave them everything they had in the last game, and I think he ran out.
But I think they have talent. That's the thing, right? Like I think they have talent. I think they're a better team than what they've shown. So now it's about coaching. Now it's about coaching, because I think that's a talented team that they're putting on the floor every single night.
What talented team?
So
but it's not always
Portland
about. It's not just about the talent; it's how the talent fits.
You're right. But what I'm saying is that there's every time when you talk about Dame leaving Portland, right? There's always this narrative like, oh, he should leave because he's not getting enough help. No, he has enough help. Like I think that team is talented. I just think that there's something missing. I think there's something missing in the DNA of that team.
And we got a super chat from Dre Anderson. Dre, what's happening with you? We appreciate you, man. Dre said, you think PG would help push Portland over the top? Did y'all hear that question?
Would PG help Dame?
Paul George?
You exchange CJ for PG? No. That's just a lateral move, in my opinion.
I agree.
It's not the only reason. Now, here's the thing. I'm not saying it's a big move, but the difference is you get better defense, and now you got a guy that can switch on to multiple positions where CJ is just too small. So you can expose Dame and or CJ at the same time. PG eliminates that, but you don't get the consistency offensively that you need in those moments. And obviously Dame can overcome a lot of that. But if I'm the Clippers, here's the thing about trades. The trades are two ways, right? It's not just, we can't just look at it from Portland's perspective. We got to look at it from the other perspective. Like, you telling me I'm about to give up PG to get CJ? Nah. Like, I'm good. Obviously, there would have to be more. Look, I agree. I think is Paul George a better basketball player than CJ McCollum? Of course he is. But if you're telling me, are we getting the Paul George that steps up every big game, shows up, plays up to the level of his talent? Then yeah, of course, I do that trade in a heartbeat. If you're telling me it's pandemic P or sometime playoff P, I would literally have to pause because I would be like, yo, are we actually getting better?
Well, the question
we're getting better.
The only question you could ask is, would you get this Paul George for this CJ McCollum? So really, you'd have to kind of predict what they're going to do, and I would take CJ along with Anthony Simons for Paul George. That would be a trade I would make for both sides.
I just think it's kind of a lateral move.
Clippers, you taking that?
Yeah, I would, because I think Simons is a good player. That if he wasn't behind Dame, I ain't saying he'd be a world beater, but I think he'd be a serviceable player.
To me, it's lateral. To me, that's lateral, dude.
To answer your question, FIFO, if you're the Clippers and you've gotten to the point where you definitively have your answer that Paul George and Kawhi in this experiment don't work, then I think that you would take that. I think if you've come to that realization, I don't know if the Clippers have or not. I'm just saying if you have.
The only reason why I say no, if I'm the Clippers, even if I come to the realization that Kawhi and PG era is done, it's because now I'm taking on a guy that is going to be coveted by other playoff teams. When I can move PG to another team and just get a whole bunch of assets and not take on the salary that is CJ McCollum. But I'd rather at this point, the Clippers are, or LA, right, in general, is just a major enough market. I think Jerry West has enough pull where if they get enough draft picks, they hit on one or two, that you can attract a free agent or two or pull off a move to go trade for one of them. Like Jerry West doesn't suffer from Ainge-ism. The man will pull the trigger when he sees fit. So to me, I just think it's a complete rebuild over there with the Clippers.
I think the problem that, I don't know about us, but I know that mainstream media is having is that when they assess the Clippers, it's always Paul George, right? But do we ever talk about whether the problem with the Clippers is Kawhi? And that's exactly where we need to go. And what I mean by this is I think Kawhi is one of those players that's great when you have an infrastructure already built, i.e. the Spurs,
he's the
i.e. Toronto. But when you bring him in and you expect him to be the infrastructure, I think that's where he struggles. And I think that that's what you're seeing in LA, where they brought Kawhi in and it's like, yo, we want him to be the guy. We want him to be the infrastructure. We want him to be the Duncan, the guy that stirs the drink that everything revolves around.
Because I don't think he's that guy. He's not the cake. He's the icing. And that's what, people want to give Paul George and Kawhi all these loads of reputational accolades where, they're just two great lockdown defenders. They're not lockdown defenders anymore. They're not. They haven't been for probably 3-4 seasons now. To be honest with you, they have great team instincts. They have great moments where they can muster up all right, I have to get a stop here. But these guys are not 24, 25, 26. This is not 2014 Kawhi, getting down in the chair. Have you seen Kawhi's knees lately? Y'all should for real. Y'all should really look at the way he's lumbering down the court. Y'all seen this shit? PG and his shoulder. He looked like Herman Munster in this motherfucker. This shit is crazy. So if you really want to get real about it, if you trade PG for CJ, I think that you have maybe a difference of 6 wins in the regular season. And then it all comes down to, once again, the whistle gets not blown as much. The court gets smaller. Every possession counts. And is Paul George going to give you a better outcome than what CJ is giving us right now? And science will say no. But, some people's hearts might say yes.
Yeah, we got another super chat from Oblivion Radio. We got a couple of them to get to real quick. So I'm going to go through these. Appreciate your Oblivion Radio. Hey, appreciate all y'all for the love on the super chats, man. Y'all are much thank you for that. We appreciate that. We got some other stuff coming soon that we're working on too, so stay tuned for that. If you hadn't hit the like button, please hit the like button and subscribe if you have not. Oblivion Radio said, if the Clippers and the Lakers don't win their games, who you guys think is going to win the West?
Lakers and the Clippers. Oh, shit. I got Utah going to the final if they do it. Yeah.
I got Phoenix.
Utah. But I'm not confident in that pick.
Mm-hmm. But people still gonna call me a hater on Donovan Mitchell. I'm picking him. I'm picking the nigga. So it's let's not do that. Let's kill that narrative. I'm just calling it for what I see. He killed Ja. Ja still killed. You know what I mean? He still did his thing. It was a great thing to see. But I'm gonna have to see what Utah does in the second round because they might be a little bit too deep for their own good. I think that's a thing in the NBA now, where if you have too many guys who do too many things, it can be kind of like too many cooks in the kitchen. So we're gonna see.
Yeah, I think Utah would probably be the team to beat. I think it would be pretty much wide open. I I think it just depends on the matchups. I think it just depends on what team gels better. I mean, if somebody picked Phoenix, I can't even argue with that. Like, yeah, I can see Phoenix. If you pick Utah, I can see that. Maybe there's a team that we're not mentioning. Maybe Luka. I know you don't want to hear this, Q, but maybe Luka puts the fucking Superman cape on and really takes the mat. I don't see that happening, but maybe he does.
And maybe Nia Long calls me back, but we're gonna see about that too. But
we're gonna see. But I think the West is wide open though.
I agree. Hey Q, Alex Campbell sent another super chat. He was actually agreeing with you. He's saying that by the Jimmy is not a superstar logic, I'm on your side. He said they are claiming LeBron was not a superstar with their arguments.
Now that's a fact.
So that's what he was saying about the 2011 thing. He was on your side.
Yeah, no, I wasn't cussing at you, dog. I was just saying like, on some regular shit, you know what I mean, just general. But no, that's a fact. People want to say, oh, LeBron 2011. It's like, where were you in 2007 when he ended the Bad Boys remix? Like, bro, like that was incredible, and that was him putting the team on his back completely. Second option was Eric Snow and Varejao. So
Booby Gibson.
Come on, dog. And it's just like, we got to just start calling guys for what they are. Now, the people going to say, oh, but you killed Luka. No, I don't. Luka's doing a lot of the same stuff right now to a much lesser team, in my opinion. But he's doing the same thing that I think LeBron is doing back in 2007. If he can top this off.
What LeBron had, though. Like, LeBron
the Dallas team?
KP. He ain't had nobody really like.
Oh, no. I mean the Clippers are a lesser team than the Pistons.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Dang.
We got another super chat from Kyle O. Kyle O said Portland needs a two-way wing. Norman Powell can't be a starting three in the playoffs.
Do y'all
Portland needs Kawhi Leonard.
Shit, that would be nice.
We talked about PG. I mean, Kawhi would be the move that I would make. Obviously, we're fantasy booking here.
Portland needs to get rid of Carmelo Anthony.
Can I throw out a name to y'all? And let me know if I'm crazy. You know what I mean? What about they gotta go get, you know, the NBA Bryson Tiller, man. They gotta go get Karl Anthony Towns. I think Karl Anthony Towns in Portland could be a much better big.
Better than damn Joker, yes. I agree with you. I mean Nurkic.
Yeah,
he's better than Nurkic, but it's Karl. Yeah,
I agree.
I don't know.
That'd be a Cat. It's time for Cat to make a move. I think Cat got some skills because I would see him do it in certain games, but eventually they take the ball out of his hands and put it in Edwards' hands pretty quickly. But
you know what worries me about Karl Anthony Towns, man?
What?
We all know the talent is there. Obviously, it's obvious that the talent is there. You just wonder why that team isn't better.
That's what I'm saying. That's why you put him with somebody else, though.
But they have talent there. I don't think the question in Minnesota has never been about
Jake Layman
talent. Okay, could they be better? Yes, of course. I'm not saying that, but I think we all could agree that Minnesota should be a lot better. Minnesota should not be competing for a lottery pick. They should not. I'm sorry.
I don't think they're that good. I think that the Russell move was a panic move to keep Towns. I think that Edwards was just a shot in the dark because they had to go with what the scouting said, and they were lucky that he's great and he projects to be better next year. And I think that Towns is kind of, you know, I'm gonna give him, I'm gonna humanize him because we need to start doing that for him. And I think that he's still dealing with the loss of his mom. And I think that he has a mental health thing going on that I obviously can't speak on. And on top of that, he's playing in Minnesota where you got Alex Rodriguez, fresh off his breakup, you know what I mean, saying, yo, we need to move this shit to Seattle. It's a lot of dysfunction. The whole Flip Saunders thing, you know what I mean? The interim coach, his son, Skip Saunders, he had a great, first 8 games. And after that, they started losing every game. So he hasn't really had the consistency. Russell's in and out of the lineup. So I think some new scenery, a guy like a really dominating personality, a quiet confidence like Dame could get around him and be like, hey, Carl, you realize what you can do? Like, bro, you see your footwork? Do you see your 3-point shot? Did you see your handle in the open court? Dude, you can kill. You know what I mean? And I think that he can motivate him better than the Jimmy can, who's going to come and be like, hey, stop being soft, dude. Yeah. That's not going to work.
Yeah.
You being a Jimmy Butler fan the way that you are, that wouldn't concern you, though, that Jimmy Butler basically punked that whole franchise and essentially was right?
Yeah. Well, I think that the Minnesota, they took Chris Dunn over a great bunch of players. I think that they bet on Wiggins when they should have bet on Zach LaVine, and I was on Zach LaVine's bandwagon the minute he dropped 40 on Golden State. The second I saw that, I said his jumper is more fluid than Wiggins. His athleticism is more effortless than Wiggins. His bounce, he dunks on the way up. He has a hezzy. He can put, the ball on the floor. He can hit off the dribble from behind the three, step back, all of that. And Wiggins, to me, showed defensive potential, and they bet on that. But the thing is, though, is that Wiggins didn't have the willpower back then, or I guess the interest to really want to perform in Minnesota. He's in Warriors uniform now, and it's working out better for him because he can kind of not hide, but he can kind of just hoop, knowing that the onus and the gravity is all going to
he can
one
hide.
guy.
You should use the right word. He can hide.
You know what I'm saying? He can
he's a better Harrison Barnes.
Yeah, exactly. And that's great because he can play his role. He can obviously get better, and I wish him much success. But Minnesota, to me, they shouldn't be better than what they are. They should actually be right where they are because they've made a bunch of moves that contradict an organization that is working on building. They had one of the best young cores coming up, and they squandered it for Jimmy Butler, who I thought at the time was still a great player, but I thought it was the bad move. I said that doesn't make you a finals team. That doesn't make you anything more than like a fifth seed. You know what I mean? Because it was still the wild, wild west. Not because Jimmy wasn't great, but because where's your shooters for Jimmy? Because he's not the best shooter. And it was just a very, round cog and a square peg type shit. And I was like, this doesn't fit. The personalities don't mesh. And now you're seeing the aftermath of them having to scramble. And if they go to Seattle, shit, they ain't gonna go to Seattle.
We got another super chat from Drink More Water. Drink More Water, what's up again? He said Monte Morris with 22, 4, 9. That's back-to-back good games for Monte Morris. Murray-like numbers.
I like Monte Morris.
He's great, man.
I do too. He's a serviceable backup.
Underrated.
Yeah, he is. Both those point guards are playing good.
He would be the Lakers' third best player right now, man. He would be the Lakers' third best player.
You're right. Tigolo Kane. Tigolo, what's happening? Tigolo back tonight. Tigolo said Blazers on that one-speed treadmill moving nowhere.
Absolutely. They got to make changes. All right. So the main event begins, fellas. Lakers Suns, Game 6.
Give a score. Let's get
a prediction. Let's get a prediction.
Scores from the scores. You first, Manny. Give me a score.
106-97
Lakers.
All right, Sheldon.
It's a close game.
102-100 Lakers. Nah, they're gonna score more than that, man.
Before.
Give me 114-108 Lakers.
All right, Ken.
I'm horrible with scores, but I think that Phoenix send them home tonight.
Okay.
Hey, we got another super chat. We got a couple more super chats I got to get to. If I missed your super chat earlier, please text me and let me know right now. I'll put it in the message. We got 3 of them right now, and we appreciate the love. This one from Alex Campbell. We're gonna try to get through these pretty quickly. Alex Campbell said, "Do y'all think Kwame is not taking enough responsibility on his play over his entire career?"
Who? Kwame?
Who?
Yeah.
Who? Like who? Like, come on, bro.
It's Kwame. On book already, bro. You can't go.
That's like 2 weeks ago.
It's Kwame, man. Yeah, probably. He's not taking enough. It's not.
Nah, Kwame is not. But then again, at the same time, he's been beat up so long. At this point, all he can do is react. And to be honest, he calling a lot of folks to the carpet. It's over. It's old news now. But Charlemagne ain't looked at the same. So some of these other people are not looked at the same because he's called them out. So his purpose has been served.
I hate Dennis Schroder. I hate Dennis Schroder with a passion.
We got another super chat from Chill Vibes 24. Are you guys concerned about Embiid's health? And do you give the Hawks a chance?
Yes, nigga. Like what? Yes.
110%. But do you give the Hawks a chance if Embiid isn't healthy?
I give them the Hawks in 6 games will win that series, maybe 5, because I don't believe in Ben Simmons, and I've been out on him for 2 years. So I believe the Hawks can beat us.
Also, way off P can't blame Doc this year.
You know,
He sure can't.
PG gonna be he gonna be on the couch on like the shop when him and LeBron lose the series, and he gonna be like, you know, Ty Lue, he was using me like Tracy McGrady. You know what I mean? I'm more like a Ray Allen type. You know what I mean? Like,
Hey, FIFO, do you think the Hawks got a shot the next series?
Yeah, without Joel Embiid healthy, the Hawks definitely have an opportunity to beat that team. Mainly because I know Philly has the length defensively, but they can't put up the points. The Hawks can score with any squad left in the playoffs. So if you can't put up the requisite points, I don't think you could beat the Hawks. And without Joel Embiid, shit,
it's gonna be a long night.
Shit.
Jay Crowder talking to these folks.
D-Book got that Kobe Mamba look in his eye, boy. But
as far as the
go ahead.
Go ahead, people. No, I was gonna piggyback off your point. The Hawks showed me something last night by winning that game in MSG. That was a tough game to win. Game 5, raucous crowd, you know, in that building. For that young team to win a game like that showed me a lot. So I think the Hawks might be on they're not there yet, but that's a team that's coming. That's a team that's coming.
New York was the perfect matchup for the Hawks, and in watching them in this series, I think that they have a lot of confidence, and there's not a team with that much firepower that you want to give confidence to at this time. They look like a team. They're holding each other up. The second unit's playing awesome as well. The game that we were able to attend, the second unit kept them in the first half. So, you know, you really don't have you don't want to see that team if you ain't got Embiid, if you feel it. Even though I think Philly can still pull it out. That's just a tough team to beat without Joel Embiid.
You know what? Real shit. I think that the issue with what I see with the Hawks is they have a team that is susceptible to possibly getting run off the 3-point line if Doc Rivers can coach 4 quarters for 4 games. But I don't believe in Ben Simmons' ability to create in the half court, and I don't believe that Tobias Harris is a first option. And that's not, you know, to disparage his game. He's had a great season, but until I see him repeat this is an outlier for me in terms of seeing him in Philly. So when it comes down to this series without Embiid, if he's not there, the Hawks can get us in 5, 6 games, in my opinion. They have enough shot creation like FIFA was talking about. And I think that they have some underrated defenders as well. And don't let Cam Reddish come back too, because he's been hurt for a second, but he might come back too. Herter. And I think actually Bogey had the lowest percentage of their 3-point shooters, you know what I mean, over 9 attempts a game. And he's going to be better. I know he's going to hit because all those type of guys, they always go crazy in Wells Fargo. So it's like, it's just like, it just shows you the issue. Philly's team, this year, we were entirely dependent on Embiid. Entirely dependent on him, almost in the same way that Steph is for Golden State this year. The issue is that Steph's body can take that punishment because he's smaller, he's more compact, versus a guy like Joel Embiid, who already has come into the league with these injuries. And now you're just adding on more wear and tear and more responsibility on the defensive and the offensive end. And you see how hard it is for us to create shots when he's out of the game. And everyone's hyping up Seth Curry and all these great performances we had against the Wizards. This is the Wizards. It's a different team when you're playing against a Nate McMillan team. They have principles on defense that they're going to follow. And I don't think we're going to be able to get away with Ben Simmons just dilly-dallying into the paint and laying it up with no contest from Hunter or anybody or Capella. That's not going to happen. So if Embiid's not there, we got a real issue.
It's early, but I think I like the Sixers in 5 or 6.
Damn, without Embiid?
Yeah.
Without Embiid.
I don't know. Okay.
I'm not
saying that Philly can't beat Atlanta without Embiid. I'm not saying that at all. I think Philly can still, but 5 or 6 feels a little disrespectful.
I think it's 7 games without Embiid for Philly.
Okay, so without Embiid, your first option is going to be Tobias Harris on the offensive end. Ben Simmons is going to bring the ball up. And now, if you're Atlanta, Nate McMillan is going to tell them boys to do what? Stay home on Seth. Stay home on Danny Green. Stay home. Actually, you ain't even got to run out to Mike Scott and Thibault. Just let them shoot all day. build that wall for Ben, make him pass the ball, make Tobias get 20 points a game on 10 or 25 shooting, and that's the recipe to get 6 or 5 games.
But it's not even about making Ben Simmons pass the ball. That's what he want to do. What you got to do is you got to turn Ben Simmons into a scorer. Because when you named all of those guys on that Philadelphia team, who's the best off the dribble?
Tobias Harris. Tobias Harris.
Off the dribble.
In the half court? Absolutely.
Okay, when I'm saying that, I mean, who is the attacker, right? Because Tobias got dribble pull up moves. He got
in transition. Ben is the guy. In transition, Ben has to be aggressive.
But I'm saying even in the half court, who is the ball handler that breaks you down, that gets to the rack to create?
That's a fact.
It's Ben Simmons.
That's a fact.
So, in my opinion, stay home on all the shooters and make Ben score 35 to beat you.
Sure. It's really a pick your poison thing. But the thing is, though, is the reason why not that I disagree more so with what you're saying, not that it's not valid. What I'm saying is I don't think Ben has that mentality of when the game gets tight like that in the half court for him to say, okay, now I got to score. What his mentality is, from what I've seen for his whole career with us, is when it's time and it's tight like that, he gets to a type of mentality of, I need to get my guys involved so we can open up the half court instead of saying, let me break down the half court.
Oh, no, I know. And what I'm saying is we're going to use Ben's inability to score or his unwillingness to score against them. Because if you stay home on everybody, and even if you put Trae Young on Ben Simmons and Ben Simmons post up, don't send no double team. If he takes him off the dribble, they're home on the shooters.
Yeah,
because Ben doesn't have a great post game.
Guard Ben Simmons.
But regardless, all I'm saying is make Ben Simmons a scorer. Don't
allow
him to pass.
1-on-1, no help.
Exactly, 1-on-1, no help. All
100.
the shooters that they got Tobias, we guarding you, bro. There is no rotation. We are playing y'all straight up 1-on-1. And Ben, you're gonna have to score 35 efficiently to beat us.
Because Dwight Howard, Seth Curry, Danny Green are not gonna beat us. And that's what Atlanta has to say to themselves. And it's not because I'm a pessimist. It's because I'm a realist, man. I'm a Sixers fan. I've been watching the team my whole life. And I told people that Ben Simmons is not the guy we need beside Joel Embiid right now. Simple.
We got another super chat.
AD's hurt. AD hurt, man.
I was saying it the whole time. He can barely move.
Yeah, this is kind of sad.
He faked
I should have.
He tried to show everybody he was tough. Bro, you got a groin strain.
Yep.
That shit ain't shit to play with.
No, but to me, this is an indictment on the Lakers front office. You don't allow. Look at that. Why? Look at that. As soon as he jumped.
I agree, FIFO.
I
agree.
This is a front office blunder because
this is an indictment.
If you damage him further than what he already is, that's your fault.
Yep.
I agree.
Yeah, this is an indictment.
At the same time, don't you think that AD and LeBron can tell them when they're gonna play and when they're not?
No. Well, okay.
Sometimes you gotta.
AD probably did force his way to play, but they knew that there was no way he should even be out there.
Nope. It's not I agree. It's not even a hamstring. We're talking growing.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I just think that was a decision made by the player, and I think that players of his stature can make that decision on their own, right or wrong. It's not a good thing, but you leave it up to them to tell you if they're going to. LeBron dictates whether LeBron plays. The Lakers ain't telling LeBron whether he's going to sit or not. 100%.
LeBron. This is I agree with this sentiment that, great players can know their body better than me, you, a doctor, anybody, right? But at the same time, sometimes you got to save these players from themselves. Because at the end of the day, every player's instinct is, I want to play. AD wants to play. He doesn't want to sit, especially game 6 where his team is trailing. And then I think the other aspect of and I agree with FIFO, I think this is definitely an indictment on the front office. The other aspect of this too is I think this is an indictment on the media and the media narratives, right? Because what have we been hearing for 48 hours? AD soft, street clothes, this and that, He's in a no-win situation because if he goes out there, he plays, he gets hurt. He plays trying to prove that he's strong and he's tough and he's this warrior. What happens? He gets hurt. Oh, well, he's soft again. So it's like you never win that.
You're right. You're right, man. He's in a no.
And then if he doesn't play, he's still soft. So he's like
soft no matter what. Yeah.
But man, I like the word choice. Warriors. You know, I said it earlier, man. Like, to me, when I saw that AD was gonna play, this felt like KD all over again.
Yep.
Because in my opinion, KD should have sat out. Because when I saw the injury, he wasn't just like he was touching around the Achilles. It was lower calf.
Yep.
And people say, "Oh, upper calf, this, that." No, I saw what the man grabbed at. I saw what he grabbed at, and I saw when he got hurt. We saw the pop. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
AD, there's a difference between being knickknacks or playing through pain. A growing is not playing through pain. There's no explosion. There's no lateral quick. There's what makes you a great basketball player. You cannot be that with a growing injury.
Yep.
Right.
You can't do that in tennis. You can't do that in soccer. You can't do that. You can't do it even as a guy working at McDonald's. You can't stand up all day on a groin injury.
I don't know if y'all saw, but
wanting to get people their fries and shit. Come on.
I don't know if y'all saw, but Chris Paul went down again too just now.
Yeah, we saw that.
Yeah.
So Cameron Payne is in the game.
And Dennis Schroder just turned the ball.
That boy got that thing stuck, boy. That thing on automatic. Hey, the Lakers might go home. Let me revise my
I told you it's gonna be a long night.
Ooh, that boy Devin Booker said, "Bro, I ain't missing."
Can we redo our prediction?
Nope.
Hey, we got another super.
Look at what Devin Booker is doing, and what's LeBron doing?
Age being Bryant.
I'm just.
And we got a couple more super chats.
4 rings, and Devin Booker hasn't. Devin Booker is also like 20.
Beige being Bryant. Let's go.
Stop it, Manny.
And LeBron on the cornerstone of 40, bro. And he done played the most minutes ever in basketball history. Okay, so it's not the same.
Here we go.
Stop it.
Hey,
and listen,
all I'm saying is, look, I'm being a realist. The facts are the facts. The man done played the most minutes ever.
All right.
Man, first of all, Savannah and Aisha.
This man with the rest of these guys can carry you guys to a title at what, 35, 36?
I'm not saying that. But LeBron should be able to beat this Phoenix Suns team.
No.
Not this version of Bron.
Hell
no.
The Miami
this
Heat
Lakers
LeBron?
team.
But see, this is why I get so passionate about narratives, right? Because when narratives occur, right? Like if let's say LeBron goes out there, scores 47, beats the Suns, goes out there, game 7.
Oh, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Hey, Manny, I'm sorry, but D Book just shitted on everything you was just saying. It's a wrap for these Lakers, bro. I don't give a damn if LeBron scored 60. The way D Book shooting his rock right now, it's a wrap for them boys.
Bro, this Lakers team makes that 2018 Cavs team look like the 2017 Warriors, bro. Like this is a bad team. Caruso,
AD, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's over.
It's over. Hey, he not touching rim, bro.
Put some respect on that man's name.
Hey, somebody.
All
I gotta say.
Shelton.
All I gotta say about that.
All of that for you, baby. All this for you. Close out.
All I got to say before I get to this super chat is somebody told y'all this earlier in the year. We them boys with the super chat again. We appreciate you. I missed the super chat from Carl McWhite. Carl McWhite, please ask your question again because I missed it. I don't know how I missed it. If somebody knows the exact question from Paul McWhite, please put it back. We them boys said Daryl Morey will 100% trade for Dame Lillard.
Man, you realize that I would. Nigga, I don't even know what I'll do. But that would be, I would love that. You know what I mean? Obviously. But I don't see that happening right now until I get like a little bit of word from it. I haven't heard anything about Daryl Morey having his sights set on any guy this summer yet so far. But by the end of the season, depending on how we went out, we're definitely going to have something. Because if the Sixers lose, then, it's going to be, what should the Sixers do? Is it time? And then that's going to start to generate some guys that hopefully can get pried loose. But if Dame did go there, him and Embiid would be an issue.
So now that is a trade that I have not explored, but I think it works for both teams. Mainly because now in the backcourt with CJ could go guard those point guards and Ben could guard everybody else or anybody else. And for Philly's standpoint, shit, Dame has proven he could carry a team in the West to a top 5, top 6 seed by himself. Mm-hmm. So, Embiid, take your 20 games a year off. We're good. Mm-hmm. Just make sure your ass is healthy for these playoffs so we can actually compete for chip. But you put Dame and Embiid on the same squad. That's unfair.
Hey, Beans, I have never hated on Devin Booker on this show.
Nah. We're pro Devin Booker over here.
You got me mixed up with some other brown skin light-skinned person on the show
Nick
with
probably
spray in his
said that.
beard.
No, Nick was probably saying that shit.
Nick too.
Nick and
Nick and Shelton.
Nick
Me
fuck
too.
around.
Yeah,
says,
yeah. I still say it.
Nick said, I take John Wall over Dame Lillard. Like, come on now.
Who said that? No. They said Devin Booker.
Nick will probably take Nicholas Batum over them.
Man, Nick is just saying some crazy, man. You know, like Booker, he cool, but you know, I take Cameron Payne over him right now. It's like you'd be like, what, bro?
That crazy. But
Man.
Booker front runner. Hey, but
Look, here's what they're gonna do, and I said it last time when we were live. They're gonna let LeBron get 20 something, and then they're gonna pull him from the game.
Mm-hmm.
Watch.
Hey,
He had
and
no
that takes
business
us-
being in that game down 30. As soon as he got like 20, 24, I think he had 24 for the game, they took him out.
Had to get his average.
And that takes us to the next super chat from Weedon Boys. Weedon Boys said LeBron wants an early vacation, and that's okay. LeBron already got that vacation.
LeBron deserves it, man, and that's what and damn, and that's what them players get, man. Because the players should have put their foot down and said, "No, we starting the season 2 months later. Fuck all the y'all want some more money? No."
Hey,
and you see what happened to AD.
Q, and I'm gonna give you props for this because you've been saying it all season long. UMB, I want to point out something UMB kind of highlighted. B basically gave the Lakers a pass because they only had 17 days or whatever, 72 days in between playing. But you have said all year long that the health and the way they came back has been detrimental to these players. And even guys that didn't play as late as the Lakers and the Heat have, both suffer injuries because of it, that were in the bubble. If you look at both of the teams that went to the finals last year, they're both going home in the first round, and both have had to deal with injuries all year.
Yep.
So since you're giving out credit, Ken, you gonna give me credit for saying that the rest of the team wasn't that good?
We also need to delve into this, man. Before I believe that the Lakers also, not beyond just that, but organizationally, they also kind of made their bed when they let go of cheap bigs that played above the rim for guys who play below the rim and are not switchable on defense. The fact that the fact that you can't keep a Dwight Howard or a JaVale McGee, you can't keep a Rondo, obviously fine, but you go for Wes Matthews, Marc Gasol, and Trez, like that. To me, that like the offseason also was
Trez was a good move.
It was
the Gasol move. The Gasol move was the Gasol because Trez was a value move because you got a player of that.
Man, that was a spite move.
Vogel fucked it up though, Q.
But hey, spite, value, beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Right.
My whole thing is, I think where they tried to get too cute is with Gasol, because they figured Gasol is more talented than Dwight Howard and JaVale McGee. So they figured that, oh, okay, we're upgrading from a talent perspective and not looking at it, hey, these guys fit better. They fit alongside AD better. They switch better. They're defensively better at this point. So I agree with you.
The reason why I look at the front office situation just a little bit differently is because I don't think Trez was necessarily a calculated move. It was kind of almost like
agreed move.
It was almost like, you know, when you at the club and that girl who just broke up with her boyfriend says, yo, you meet me and you tonight. All right, cool. I mean, if she fine as a motherfucker, you can be like, all right, word. But you ain't really gonna stop to inspect and be like, well, let me see. Well, how was the relationship ended? Why did you break up? Nah. It was perhaps because Trez couldn't switch on defense and he was getting cooked by Jokic all fucking series.
I want to go on record. Cool's got to go. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, no, Cool's about to be the best Orlando manager.
Ken gave Kuz a lot of props. Ken said that Kuz was playing well this year.
I have been on the Kuz bandwagon.
Did I say offensively?
You said he's playing well. I don't care what you said. He's terrible.
I know. I'm very
Kuz
careful with what I say, Shelton.
He was terrible. He was terrible on all aspects of the game.
Oh, crazy.
So we're setting LeBron down 15 in the first quarter of.
Did Drummond play this first time?
It'll be Vimeo.
Okay, got it.
Has Drummond played?
Nah, he tried to go with Harold, but it's too late.
Yeah, it's too late to do it. But I think Q, when they brought Harold in, the only thing they were looking at was the fact that he was reigning sixth man of the year. He was with the Clippers. You took away the Clippers string. and he's an
What is he,
energizer.
Manny? Let me ask you this. Because when it comes to Harrell, what was his value for the Clippers in the playoffs that the Lakers looked at and said, you know what, that's what we need to replace JaVale and Dwight, guys that we played big with, guys that could match Jokic's strength and could actually get certain guys in foul trouble, and we could lock down the paint. What does Trez bring to you besides 6-man and former Clipper is going to be funny and he can play a little bit? You know what I mean? Not like that, but he can play a little bit of menace for us.
Well, for the Lakers, I think he brought all of the things that Dwight Howard and JaVale McGee, a toughness, a physicality, and I think he also brought that extra something of a scoring ability. One of the things that I think the Lakers suffered last year was another guy that could score, especially when LeBron and AD were out of the game, or when LeBron and AD had off nights. And I think that their thinking was, okay, we can bring in a guy who's physical, who brings all of those intangibles that you love, and also brings an asset that he could score 12 to 15, 16, 17 points a night. Mm-hmm. I think that's what they were looking at it.
So if you're an organization who sees AD, if you see AD is in this condition, AD went down in game 6. Y'all remember, like last year in the bubble, AD went down for like 2 minutes and he went back to the bench. The same calf. And that's when I said, oh, no. He's not going to make it through next season. As soon as they announced that they were going to start up, what was it, October? Absolutely not. And that's and if you have that information and you saw that, how in the world do you not say, I don't know if what's his name can fill that void? You know what I'm saying, Sheldon?
Yeah. That's I don't think that what they should have done was kept one of those two guys.
Exactly. Then it looks better.
Yeah, it looked a lot better. They should have kept one of them. And I thought about that when they left, because they brought, like you said, they brought size, they brought athletic ability, they brought the defense, they did the intangible things. And I like JaVale McGee. I really, really, really like JaVale McGee for that squad. I thought at the time the Montrez move was a good move for them. But like you said, he doesn't replace those two giants you had down there in the post. We got another super chat from Kyle O. Kyle O said, Manny, I agree with you on Dennis. I knew he wasn't a starting point guard ever since he ran from the starting job in Atlanta.
Well, okay. So, yeah, Dennis has been horrible the rest of the year. I kind of was – he started out great, but he just faded. And I think part of Dennis
No, go ahead, Ken. I was going to say he was arguably at times, until he got like the first issue with COVID,
yep,
he was the Lakers' third best player.
Yep. And if you remember, Tatum said he struggled for about a month before he felt that he was right. So, and Book and Schroder went through, he just barely got over that shit. He said he ain't have it, but something happened. He ain't been right since. So Schroder was good. I don't know what happened to him. With Harrell was good early on. Vogel messed that up. And he got, somebody said it was something about having too much talent. And that became the Lakers' problem. And Harrell they wouldn't even play the guy. So I think when they brought in Drummond and took him out the rotation, first they took Gasol out the rotation.
There you go. Dennis they brought in Drummond.
Complained about it. No, it wasn't Dennis. It was Kuzma. Kuzma complained about it and said Gasol should be playing. They put him back in the game, and Harrell been sitting ever since. Harrell fits with what fits with them. Gasol doesn't.
Yeah.
I complained about Gasol at the beginning of the year. FIFO jumped on me about it.
Yeah, Gasol is done.
Yeah, this is over, guys.
We got another. Hey, Cameron Payne hit 2 threes. We got another super chat.
Where's the GOAT?
Who the Lakers
on the bench?
Who do the Lakers go get if they lose tonight? That's from Dre Anderson. What up, Dre?
Who the Lakers gonna get? They're gonna look at every name in the book. They're gonna look at every name in the book. Steph, Beal, all them dudes. They're gonna look at every person who's available.
Yeah, everybody got to go. First of all, Wesley Matthews, they never should have brought him in because they didn't have
Caruso's done
him either.
Caruso,
especially if you can get a guy like McLemore. They just, I don't know. It looked great at the beginning of the year and it was working to a certain degree, but Vogel had too much to work with. LeBron is the type of guy where I know we talk about him lacking help, but he just kind of exceeds when he don't have it. It's just weird how that works. But they gave him and Vogel just a little bit too much to play with. And then you go get Drummond, and you just don't know what to do. And that's what happened.
And you're right, Ken. And speaking of play with, we were talking about it the other day. They were playing with the lineups as recently as Game 3. You know what I'm saying? They still are. They still have not set a rotation. You can't go into the playoffs without a set 8-man rotation, strong, ready to go. You know what I'm saying? And they still experimenting with people that the 12-man on 13-man on the bench, trying to figure out if it's going to work. So the Lakers never really had a handle on this season as to what they had. I mean, you know your top-end talent, but what you're going to do with the rest of these guys, you should have been figured it out by now.
Because I like the Morris kid. He can play.
Yeah, I thought so too. He didn't play some games. So he had a lot, did not play coach's decisions. I didn't think that was the way to go because he's scoring off the bench. You bring in Harold because Harold's energy off the bench. Those guys need to be playing. Regardless, you let them play. That's just how I look at it.
I just don't think they have the personnel. I'm going to be real with you. I don't think they have the personnel at all. I don't think that Trez really fits a LeBron team besides a guy if you want to be energy off the bench. But to put him in the frame of he's a key piece for our team, I don't think that fits a LeBron team narrative of a team that's going to win. LeBron needs guys that can move without the ball. LeBron needs guys that are going to spot up, shoot, catch and shoot. LeBron needs guys that know how to switch on defense and know where to be in their positions to be able to, you know what I'm saying, funnel guys into the middle. They know how to get out of the lane so LeBron can cut, all that stuff. With this team, these guys do not know how to do this. Caruso is probably the best IQ on the team besides him and AD. But in terms of Kuzma not cutting, Kuzma not, doing the little things that make you, a really serviceable LeBron type of assist guy. And I look at Wesley Matthews, too old now. Marcus Gasol, too old now. It's just Taylor Horton Tucker too young. Like we're relying on Horton Hears a Who to make a bunch of threes. That's not gonna happen. So this LeBron team needs to retool by getting shooters around him. He needs guys like Duncan Robinson on his team. He needs guys like, Tim Hardaway Jr. is on his team. He needs, point guards like Monte Morris as the backup. He doesn't need Schroder who wants a $100 million contract when you turn down 84. And that's when I think his season started to go bad.
You know what? You're right. When he turned down that extension.
Yep.
That is a good time frame to point at.
Mm-hmm.
You're exactly right.
He turned it down. When Schroder turned down that 4 for 84.
The Lakers.
Oh, yeah. Okay. More excuses for the GOAT. Oh, okay, got it.
No, Schroder. Poor play. Look, you can't get mad because your boy's about to get swept.
Exactly. Gentleman sweeping. LeBron got the Theragun. LeBron got the Theragun on him.
I can't.
Hey man, they had a better first quarter this game than they did last.
They ain't saying much.
No, you can't.
They had a better first quarter this game than they did the last game. That's crazy.
That is not.
I want to be LeBron so bad, boy. No matter how much.
Trey Young said
LeBron carried y'all team last year, man. He was 36 then. He's 36 to like 37 this year.
Hey, FIFO.
He carried him.
He did his job. Kobe wasn't shit when he got old.
Man, come on now.
That's not. We're having two different conversations.
It don't sound like it.
Did you get mad? Did you get mad when Kobe got? And rest in peace to one of the ghosts. But did you get mad when Kobe got his ass whooped by Boston that first time, and it was down by 34 in the third quarter?
Yes. But
was you saying, "Damn, Kobe"? Like you supposed to be the GOAT, man. Like you were saying that. That's a serious question. That's not me.
Yeah, I was actually. I was.
And I can.
You're not gonna believe me. You're not gonna believe me.
No, I can respect that. If you're gonna be consistent, I'm gonna respect it.
I'm not afraid to. As much as I love Kobe, I will admit that Kobe had some moments in his career where there weren't necessarily good looks.
Right.
We all know the list. We're not even gonna run down them. My issue with LeBron is always, again, it's like, look at us right now. We're making excuses. Oh, Schroder turned down $80 million. Oh, this person did this. Oh, this person did that. AD's hurt. And again, all valid excuses for the record. My issue is that we constantly put LeBron on this. Oh, LeBron is this. LeBron is that. LeBron is this. All worthy accolades. All I'm saying is, if you are Michael Jordan, if you're Magic, if you're Larry, if you're Kareem, if you're in that pantheon of legends, of icons, of immortals, I need to see a better performance than what I'm seeing the last 3 games. That's all I'm saying.
Here's what I'm saying on that though, man, and then I'm gonna go is that am I being unfair by saying that? You're being fair, but at the same time, I think that a player like LeBron has earned the right to come back next year and prove that it was just an injury that kept him down.
Yeah, everybody keeps saying next year. Next year's not promised. Next year, LeBron is season 19. He's 37, 38 at that point. Everybody's just making it sound like LeBron is just coming back next year and it's just automatic again. No, I don't know that.
He is.
We don't, but when LeBron
is a wrap, bro. Without
listen,
I agree with you.
So, but what I'm saying is, I never thought LeBron would come back from the time that he had the year before AD got there. I never thought LeBron would see a championship again. So my thing is, we can't count him out after a rough season. We got to give him one more. Now, if he struggles next year, hey man, let's go on that.
LeBron, look, get his numbers. Look, Brian. Go ahead, fam. You like
no, I was just saying.
Been out a couple months.
To Ken's point, yes, the season's over. Listen, if AD is not healthy, the Lakers are not winning the championship. I'm not saying that. I'm not even saying they're winning this series. My thing is, I need to see more from LeBron. I need to see more. I need to see LeBron on the road again. And I agree, it was 10 years ago or almost 10 years ago. But I need to see that same level of LeBron. Maybe not the same numbers, but that same intensity, that same ferocity, that same like, yo, I don't give a fuck. If I got to go out here and score 35, I'm going to keep us in this ball. I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing dribble, fade away 3. Dribble.
Hold up, Sheldon.
2-month layoff.
Hold up, Sheldon. So, and this is not me even necessarily trying to disparage that opinion, because it's not that. I just want to say, when have you seen in NBA history, Manny, a guy this age be able to do that? So you want him to you want him to defy human history and put this team on his back, and that's just not gonna happen.
But again, see, this is narratives, right? Because 3 months ago, when LeBron was an MVP candidate and people were saying he should have won the MVP, oh, look at him, he's 37, 36, 18th year in the league, averaging 25 and 10. Oh, look how great he is. Now he's old. But 3 months ago, he was an MVP candidate, and he's better than ever, though.
That's why I'm not.
But that's my point, though. 2 months ago, he was an MVP candidate.
Yeah,
basically rolled the red carpet.
But what happened? Hold on. So we gonna break this down. Hooked on Phoenix. What happened in the 2 months? What happened?
He got hurt.
He got hurt.
Okay. So is that all right? Let me ask you a simple question. Okay. Is that a notable variable for the season when judging him? Yes or no? Okay, that's all I'm saying. Because we both agree. Yes.
That's why I say take the age out of it, though. That's why we're not talking about age. We're talking about he's already defined.
But we are talking about age.
Age doesn't matter, though.
I'm not. I'm talking about him being injured. That's why I say he gets another year.
It's all one big gumbo. It's all one big gumbo. It's the age, it's the organization, and it's the injury, man. It's all that. It's all that, man. It's one big gumbo. Absolutely. It's a pie chart. Just whatever percentage you believe in is your opinion.
Let me go to the next super chat.
Go ahead. My bad.
We missed one from Paul McWhite. What's up, Paul McWhite? I'm sorry about that, but he basically asked, which black coach do you think the Celtics should hire? He mentioned examples like Juwan Howard, Sam Cassell, Lloyd Pierce. My favorite is Sam Cassell. I've been saying it for a minute now. I ain't said it on here, but I've been telling my friends that Sam Cassell would be my ideal coaching hire. I just like Sam Cassell, the player. I like Sam Cassell, the person. I just think he'd be a good coach for the Celtics going forward.
I want to see Penny.
I would go with Juwan Howard.
I want to see Penny.
I like Juwan Howard.
Who you got, Ken?
Black coach for the Boston Celtics.
Black coach for the Celtics. Larry Bird. Okay, I'll take that.
All right.
They're shooting 28%. Phoenix is shooting 60%. If they can string
average,
if they can kind of average this thing out, they could probably get back.
They're not coming back. They're not
coming back, man. This is over.
Do you see the lack? Do you see the lack of structure? Do you see the lack of organization for?
I see the lack of energy. I see the lack of energy. I see the lack of
Vogel trying to find out something that's going to roster
I see.
combination that's
I see. I see poor coaching. I see poor effort. I see a lot of things. Man.
These boys.
Let me get through this. The next
I
super
see a
chat
lot.
plays into that too. Davion Smith, what's up, Davion? We appreciate the love both times. He said Andre got to get blamed. He got to get some blame, but the fact that he came in the middle.
It's Andre Drummond,
Man, blaming Andre Drummond. Blaming Andre Drummond.
That's low hanging fruit.
Yeah,
That's
it's like blaming
Y'all,
Jermaine Jackson for a bad Jackson 5
song. Really isn't that hard. We know what it is. AD got hurt. LeBron got hurt. AD came back. LeBron came back. To Shelton's credit, here you go, Shelton. He said he didn't know how healthy they were going to be when they come back. He didn't know what they were going to look like. We see it now. And now AD got hurt again. LeBron ain't really been the same since he came back, to what Shelton was saying. And this is what it is. These are the results. And Vogel fucked up the rotation. We really don't have to overthink this. And to what, like these whole narratives, look, I was just saying, I blamed everybody except Dame in Portland. I said CJ got to go. I said Nurkic need to get off the goddamn team. Everybody except Dame. So I tend to be a little consistent when it comes to some of this stuff because Dame puts forth the effort, and so it's not about me trying to come up with excuses because I could because you could.
I'm not saying you are,
kid. Excuses for Dame too. Dame shot 1 for 10 in the second half.
Man, I picked the Suns to win the series, so I feel fine.
You're not coming up with excuses, and I know your composition, Ken. So I know you're not coming up with excuses, but I know that the people that write and post videos and blogs and all that, I know they will come up with excuses, and I know that the narrative will be, oh, LeBron is poor LeBron. Oh,
Clutch Mafia.
My point is, all those things are valid. Injuries, all that. I also don't think that we've seen the LeBron that I think we needed to see in a series. Now, a part of that again is the age, is the injuries, and all that. But again, I just haven't seen the effort. I haven't seen the energy. I haven't seen that mindset of taking over, of carrying this team.
Would your opinion change, Manny, if you knew that LeBron physically could not give you that? Because if I knew that LeBron is like, yo, but if I knew that LeBron was like, yo, I don't have it, guys. Like I just can't move. I'm physically, it would change it. But the thing with this is that
goddamn lie.
It would. But this is the thing, Ken. Right. He's playing. If you are injured, don't play. If you play, you're not injured.
That's how I know you
lie. Can't even, but Ken, I can't evaluate LeBron. Okay, so what am I supposed to do? Watch LeBron and say, oh yeah, he would have made that shot, but he's hurt. Oh, nah, he made that. I can't. How am I supposed to evaluate that? If you're injured, don't play. If you play, you're not injured. I can't evaluate. Well, if LeBron scored only 22, but if he wasn't hurt, he would have scored 32 or 42. Like, how does that work?
Right.
How does that work?
So I don't even disagree with the fact that there are plays, and there's been a lot of play in the series where LeBron has been lackluster and he's done things and hasn't made the necessary hustle, the necessary passes, blah blah blah. You know what I mean? All that stuff, right?
The one he just threw.
Exactly. So we see that he's out of character. So if we see that he's out of character, on some Freaky Friday shit, if you could be in LeBron's body for 30 seconds and just feel that pain that he's probably in, and you knew, damn, how the hell is he even running down the court? You know what I mean? We might be on some like a whole different narrative type shit. You know what I mean? And I think that is the nature of this season for them. They've been hurt the entire year. From the minute AD went down and started grabbing his Achilles in the finals, and when LeBron was like, damn, bro. Like, y'all remember that when LeBron started shaking his head, like, come on, dude. Because and that's what I said earlier in one of our earlier episodes a couple months ago, where LeBron and him have to talk because him and LeBron are close. And I'm sure that he tells him, bro, like, you know what I mean? Like, my injuries and blah, blah, blah. I'm worried about this. So I got to kind of manage my shit, blah, blah, blah. And LeBron's like, yo, we going to protect you. We going to make sure that this doesn't, turn into anything bigger than what it is in the media. But, dude, it's very clear that Anthony Davis has a very, weak frame. And his body might be on some, lesser Greg Oden shit, bro. Like, it might be like that.
I have a question for the panel. Knowing what you know now, obviously 2020 season happened, Lakers won a championship. Knowing what you know now, would you have still made the move for Anthony Davis if you're the Lakers?
I mean,
Yeah.
You got a championship out of it.
You got a championship out of it. You got what you brought him there for. Of course, you want more because you're the Lakers. We got a super chat from We Them Boys that.
But if you go ahead, no, my bad. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say this goes along with it. I got a couple more to get to, but We Them Boys said Lakers fans are ungrateful. They already turned on LeBron. But yeah, you got what you.
We never turned on. We're not turning on LeBron. We were never on LeBron. We never wanted this thing. Half of the fan base never wanted this nigga.
But y'all wanted that championship. He got you.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a business decision. We understood what it was. We understood. Like, yo, listen. You can call me a hypocrite. Yeah, I celebrated. I beat my chest and like, yeah, we won a championship. We champions, nigga. Like, yeah, of course, I'm happy. My squad won a championship. But we already know what it is with LeBron. We know what happens. We know the narratives happen. Hashtag narratives. Like they come and go. This is all a part of the LeBron package. My question is, if knowing what you know now, obviously, do you still make that move for AD, knowing that you're giving up Brandon Ingram?
Because Brandon Ingram and all those guys would not have flourished because the coaching is not a developmental coaching situation. But the Lakers have never been a team for developmental coaching situations. Never. It's always been big splash in Tinseltown. We already know what it is. So when it comes to the Anthony Davis trade, just the fact that you can even get one is almost like asking Masai Ujiri, do you feel bad about giving up DeMar DeRozan? Yeah. Hell no. We got Kawhi for a year, and that was the best year of our entire organization. Period. And it's actually started to attract more guys and blah 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 blah. So you make this move if you're the Lakers, regardless.
Yeah,
I agree. I'm just asking because you know that's gonna come up.
Right.
You know
that's gonna come up. Right. You can't say anything about that move. We got a couple more super chats. One from Connor Pearson Ward again. Connor Pearson Ward said Book about to drop 60. He got damn near 25 in the first.
He ain't dropping 60.
Yeah, you think that hot streak gonna slow down, Ken?
He won't need to because this game is pretty much over, so he won't need to score that many points.
Dre Anderson with the next super chat asked, do they make a coaching change, the Lakers?
No.
Coaching change?
That championship has bought Vogel another year at least.
And then
I don't think that, honestly, I think that Boston move sends shockwaves down the entire NBA to the point where you could do that now. The Lakers, Magic, he said, yo, I'm not gonna be here. And that was just what it was, right? I think that the whole Brad Stevens thing can be in that same vein where, you make one move in the NBA over here and it can shake loose a guy in the West Coast where you have now a situation where they say, yo, Jason Kidd is going to take over. And I think that could definitely happen. If Jason Kidd is, up in a lot of players' favor, I could see LeBron saying, yo, just elevate him and let Vogel go. I could see it.
I don't see it. I don't see it. I think if this team falls flat again next year, I think that then we're having a different conversation.
I mean, to me, Vogel is just an American-born David Blatt.
And Tyloo, apparently.
Shit.
Nah, Vogel's a solid coach.
He wishes he could be.
Vogel's a good coach.
He's a solid coach.
Is he Phil Jackson? No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying he's a good coach.
There's only like 10 of those in whole human history.
Right, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. But he's a good coach. I don't.
Hey, we got a super chat from Tigolo. Tigolo said the Lakers are clearly missing Danny Green.
Man, bro, they missing a whole bunch of people.
Man, get the fuck out of here.
They probably it would have been interesting if they just ran that team back.
Yeah.
Yep. They need to let Snoop Dogg coach.
That's the hindsight 2020, man. And then AD gonna follow Snoop because he called him soft.
I saw that. I saw what Snoop called him soft too. I couldn't believe Snoop said that. I saw it.
I
don't know. I just didn't think he would call him out. I would think they'd be friends or something like that. Maybe he would call him out.
He's not. It's like
he not touching him.
He said,
"No,
fine."
Yeah. Like that. Russell Wilson said Booker going off. Trae Young said
ain't no fun.
Booker in his bag tonight.
Ain't no fun.
It's over, man. It's over.
Hey yo, it's okay, man. Y'all gonna get Russell Westbrook next year, and it's gonna be lit. It's gonna
that'll be the move. Now that'll be the move right there.
What move? Russell Westbrook?
Y'all go get Russell Westbrook. Yo,
Right.
Booker is so in these niggas shit. Oh my goodness, bro.
Hey, Need for She. We got another super chat from Need for She. We're gonna get through these super chats.
Booker's playing more like Kobe than the guy that constantly gets compared to Kobe. But just
who gets compared to him? Kobe. I mean, rest in peace. But I'm pretty sure Kobe don't really get a lot of top 3. You know what I mean? Nods anymore.
Booker's having a good game. I wouldn't consider this.
Kobe's always been a top 5 guy on people's list, top 6 guy. I think LeBron got that top 3 locked a couple of years ago when he beat the Warriors.
I want to see Booker do this against a team that's really competitive. This Lakers team to me is not competitive. I need to see him do it in the next round.
See, there you go. I mean, I do. There you go.
There we go.
Did he do it in the?
There you go. He just can't let.
Did he do it in game 2?
Can't let Booker live.
He just can't.
No, I can't let Booker live. We said it ourselves. I mean, when AD went down, Booker woke up. Did he do it in game 2? Nah, Booker was turning red. We saw him not do nothing. We saw him shut him down. So, and I want to see him do it. I want to see him do it. I want to see Dame time like performance from Booker before I sing his praise. He's having a great game, but I need to see him do it when the game is on the line and when it counts the most. I need to see
a more complete team.
That's what I'm saying. I want to see him do, and I'm not saying he can't. I just want to see it.
It's crazy how big these humans are.
No, I feel that. I mean, once AD went down, it's like when the Lakers when CP3 went down. It's like the Lakers were like, all right, yeah, this is gonna be easy. Look at this shit.
Mm-hmm.
What is Kuz on, man?
He about to bust his 3 in their mouth. Come on, Dennis, take.
KCP is on. He done hit a couple shots.
Man, they've been looking for KCP for about 2.5 months. Don't show up when the season over.
They done had the best shooter in the NBA on APB for about 8 weeks now.
For real.
I got to get these chats out. Need for She said,
pissed, bro.
I agree with Manny. LeBron is the most coddled superstar I've ever seen, coming from a fellow Laker fan.
Man, y'all want the nigga to be the Incredible Hulk? Like, what the fuck? Like,
I don't know what they want.
What do y'all want, bro?
No, man. Nah, this is not what we saying, man.
But I just don't get it, bro. I just don't get it. All I am saying, and I don't want to speak for my man that left the super chat, but all I am saying, my point is, yes,
that LeBron we get constantly told LeBron is one of the greatest, and I agree with this.
Top 3.
He is one of the greatest players to ever be put on this planet to play basketball.
Mount Rushmore.
We all can agree. We all can agree with that. I need to see more. I need to see better. And I think that at other times throughout his career, not just this, but again, Ken, you're doing it. Oh, look at the team. No, I just need to see more. I'm not saying LeBron could have scored 60 tonight. It probably would have been enough. Mm-hmm. But I need to see more from LeBron. It's just 60
and your ass still wouldn't be happy.
But Manny, what more do you need to see from LeBron? What more does this man
energy, effort, energy,
man? But what if he can't though?
People, look at these passes. Look at it's just not there. It's just the energy level's not there. And I hate to do this, right? Because it's easy. This is low hanging fruit. Oh, Mike would have never done this, but it's true. Like, this is why you can't compare LeBron to Mike.
Because Mike and Phil Jackson.
Okay. So
Mike's Phil Jackson.
Mike's DNA was.
Mike has mailed it in before, bro.
Mike has mailed it in before? When?
Mike has mailed it in before.
When? Please, give me a time. Give me a game.
That man
Mike has mailed it in.
You know what? Even if you say Mike hasn't mailed it in,
the reason why
go ahead.
It's because they don't talk about them. Because them motherfuckers done turned Michael Jordan into a fucking god.
Into god.
Everything that all this bad shit has been wiped fucking clean.
What bad shit? What, gambling before game 2? Gambling before game 2?
Y'all motherfuckers that didn't grow up watching the motherfucker got the nerve to sit here and say, oh, this motherfucker ain't ever did shit wrong. Get the fuck out of here.
Nobody is saying that. I'm talking about on the court. Of course, we can sit here and have a whole fucking podcast episode about all the fucking shit that Michael Jordan was wrong at in life.
I'm talking whether specifically on the court, Manny, not off the court shit.
Okay, shit. You've seen with your own eyes, and you're older than me, so you watched all of Mike's career in real time. When did you see Mike mail it in the game? When did you see Mike even have a 2011 NBA Finals moment? When? Please give it to me.
I saw him have it. I saw him have it in the first round against the Celtics. I've seen him have it against the bad boy Pistons for 3 straight years. And I haven't seen Michael ever do this because Michael couldn't stay healthy long enough because he was smoking cigars on the way to the United Center. So that's why he's never done this. So you want LeBron to defy human history and science and team sports and logic to be able to put on a team on his back? How, bro? You see who's on this team? Like Kobe, at least, bro, Kobe had Bynum, Pau Gasol, he had Vujicic, he had Lamar Odom, all these dudes, and they got blown out by 30 plus.
Y'all are acting like this Laker team is just a collection of fucking scrubs.
It is because LeBron is that good. LeBron is that good. LeBron makes Publix employees look like competent players.
Montrezl Harrell is a scrub.
Bro, there's a reason why he's not on the Clippers as 6th man of the year right now. And there's a reason why Vogel's not playing him. Come on, bro. Like, I'm not trying to say that the nigga LeBron is like, yo, he can't do anything more than what he's doing, bro. But I'm just saying, he is almost 37.
I understand that.
Like, no hell.
But I am not the only one saying this. You have Jalen Rose saying this. You have Mark Jackson saying this. People that have been pro LeBron throughout their
he ain't got no job.
I don't care, bro.
I'm joking.
We got another super chat from Drink More Water. He said the conversation should be about Phoenix and not about the Lakers.
Man, we gonna talk about the bigger market always. But you right though. Phoenix is doing a great job. Monty Williams, Coach of the Year and GM of the Year, James Jones, a black GM. That's who. You know what, Danny.
Shout out to them.
Brad Stevens, holla at James Jones and get some of his friends to be in your organization since y'all having a hard time figuring out who to hire. Ask James Jones who's on the up and up and who are guys that around the college, around the league that you know. And that's going to show you that Phoenix has put together an amazing roster of dudes that can switch, guys that are willing to play with Chris Paul and put up with his, pit bull mentality. And you have a young ascending star in Devin Booker, whose game has gotten better and more precise and more fluid every single year.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Second that.
We got another super chat from.
Man, he gonna show you.
And to that point about Phoenix has beat the Lakers. This isn't a situation where the Lakers had in. I think Phoenix is taking the fight to the Lakers.
No, we're not going that far.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, they have.
I think honestly, in this series, I think that the confidence level rose when that player went down. When AD went down, that's when things changed because that game, like I said, that game 2. Now that game 1, it really looked like Phoenix came out firing. Game 2 and 3, the Lakers came to play. And then the injury happened, and it was downhill from there. Mm-hmm. But we were talking about this series being over at one point.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
Dennis fucking Schroder,
bro. Besides 2011,
you said they weren't scrubs.
And that's what I'm saying though. And besides 2011, bro, I cannot name a time where I've seen LeBron and I've said, "Damn, dude, where's your effort at?" So if this is the outlier of his career. Why am I going to kill him in year 18? It's like, dude, no one's ever, bro. I need people to understand. Just real quick. In human history, in human history, we have never seen a man do this. He is in uncharted waters now. So you're seeing something. You're seeing something that you never seen before.
Watch this.
So
you're gonna get it within 10. Watch, Manny. He hear all your shit talking, and he gonna show your ass. Watch.
Is this you saying that this is Michael Jordan with the Wizards right now?
Is it? LeBron is in a decline, man. Like Jordan with the Wizards.
About that, he is. The man barely dunked the other game.
Exactly, he's in a decline, and it's also an injury, and it's also organization. And if I had to give those 3 things percentages, I would say it's about 40% injury, it's about 30% team, and then it's about 30% organization problems.
Hey, Q. You remember when Kobe was getting injuries back-to-back years?
Yes.
And it took me a while to just admit that the guy was breaking down. This is back-to-back years. LeBron has had significant injuries and had to miss significant time.
Yep.
Now, here's what I'm going to say. And Manny jumped on me in the chat for this. I'm with Q. LeBron ain't right, but he's so physically gifted over everybody else that he can make it work and make 75% look good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, there was a moment in that game. See, y'all be looking at this shit. Y'all don't be looking at it. There was a moment in the game when AD blocked the shot and he fell down. He got up. He said, "I got you," and he told LeBron. There was a conversation. I promise you, and that was towards the end of the game. There was a conversation that took place where I think they had a conversation, and LeBron, AD knew that LeBron just wasn't all the way there physically.
Right.
And that they were going to rely on AD to carry them to another championship. And when AD went down, it was a wrap.
Exactly. Bro, we have to be realistic, but we also have to be, fair in terms of judging a guy who's going to play. He's going to play. Yo, LeBron's playing bad. He's playing like shit. He knows he's playing like shit, and he'll probably tell you after this and this, when he has on whatever little tiny hat he's going to wear to his post game, he'll be out there. Yo, we playing like shit.
What is that?
He is like, I've never seen his season went like this, bro.
Reminds me of a starter on the
once Kuzma stepped into the starting lineup, he ain't been right since.
Kyle Kuzma is like if JaVale McGee was a wing.
Whoa, you call no foul? That's not a foul.
That had to be a foul.
Watch this third quarter. LeBron gonna put up like 20.
Yo, Kuzma would have played with that team with Andre 3000 and Will Ferrell.
I'm saying.
Joshua Jericho, Appel Sock said to that question about the trade, Manny, that question about the trade, he said yes, absolutely would have still pulled the trigger on that trade.
I agree with that. I agree with that. Yeah. I'm just saying it's an interesting discussion. I think it's worth asking that question. But I agree.
All I'm saying is we haven't seen it through basketball history for a guy to be at this age doing anything LeBron is doing. And this is at this point you have to have some not leverage, but you just got to have a little bit of more understanding.
That's a hard playoff foul.
Or Q, like maybe we finally have to admit like the run is over.
That's what shit.
I mean,
I'm saying
it's probably that. It could be just that simple. Like all the more, like maybe this is the fucking Wizards and MJ. I remember that.
Yeah, but but LeBron doesn't look like that. But the run might be over.
The run might be over.
Yeah.
Could be.
It might be. But all we need is one summer. All we need is one summer to be able to judge it. This is why we'll be able to see by December. We are going to be able to know if LeBron James is done or if LeBron James is nearing the end or if he just had one bad year because damn, I was already old and then the injury made me look even older. But with my regular preparation, with my rehab coming through, with with my recovery, I've been able to build up back to where I was at the beginning of last season, and now I can kind of play at that level, MVP level again.
That's what I want to see.
Yeah, and the dude is still averaging 24 points, still averaging 6 assists, still averaging 5 rebounds. Like, dude, he's still doing what he's supposed to do. And it's also about what the organization does. Do you bring in a Curry? Do you bring in a Beal? Do you bring in a Levine? Do you bring in a blah, 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 whoever? Who do you bring in to be the second, third option? Because LeBron at this point might need to be that Ben Simmons role type of guy with much more of an offensive game. Initiate, but don't be the key focal point on offense. Have a guy like AD and another wing who can come in and play.
Hey, Caleb McCoy, if I missed your super chat, at me and put the super chat again after you at me so I can get it because I don't know if I missed it. I can't go back to see. So I'm behind a little bit. Let me get on these. We got a super chat from Tracy G. How you doing, Tracy G? If you can, I didn't see where you asked a question or anything or made a statement. Go ahead and put that in there at me so I can get you, Tracy G. We appreciate you, Tracy. We got another super chat from
3 threes of the game.
From Connor Pearson Ward. Connor Pearson Ward said, "It's as simple as this: the Suns smelled blood in the water and took advantage."
Yeah,
it's
that's
simple,
exactly
man.
what they did.
The Lakers are getting outplayed because of their roster issues, their injury issues, the age issues. It's a gumbo, bro. It's not just it's not just one thing. It's a 5-course meal of problems.
Hey, we got another super chat from Chill Vibes 24, who makes a great point. Chill Vibes said, "I know we're talking about LeBron and the Lakers right now, and the media will be for the next week. But CP3 hurt again and can't stay healthy. Denver in 6.
I don't know. Phoenix in 7, man. I'm gonna go with Phoenix.
I'm kind of on the side with Chill Vibes. I just think that this Phoenix team is short. Their bench is short. And Denver has a lot of bodies they can throw at them, and they're talented bodies that won't be playing so soft like this Lakers team will. So
I don't know if Jay Crowder is going to be letting guys like Monty Morris just get off the way that the Portland Trailblazers historically bad defense can. This is a really
Schroder is 1 of 6 from the field with 4 points. One rebound and 1 assist.
And this nigga had the nerve to turn down $80 million.
So he's 1 for 15 in 2 games with 4 points.
But LeBron is supposed to overcome all that.
LeBron has 14 points on 50% from the field, 4 of 8, with 4 assists. 4 rebounds and 2 assists. Caldwell Pope finally showed up. He got 11 on 3 of 5 from 3 and 4 of 7 from the field. Here's the kicker. It's all Devin Booker. Devin Booker has 31 points. He's 7 of 8 from the 3-point line, 6 rebounds, 1 assist, and 11-16 from the field.
Here's a sub-narrative that we have to start to bring up because this is what Dead End Sports do. We don't talk about just the regular shit that everybody else do. We bring up the narratives that ain't being thought of or brought up, you know what I mean? And one of the narratives that we need to start to push that I think is a lot of truth to it is this is the new era. The new era is being ushered in right before our eyes. Don't blink because you're going to miss it. You feel what I'm saying? So when it comes to these guys like Ja, these Donovan Mitchells, you know what I mean? These Jokic's, these, you know what I mean, Trey Youngs, even the Randalls, you know what I mean? Like these young dudes are not afraid of the big stage at this point. A lot of these guys, Booker, like we're talking about right now, 30 points, these guys are coming, Luka, you know what I mean? Like these guys are young and they're not afraid because I think the game has been so simplified in training. It's been simplified through AAU. It's been simplified through the, you know, the nature of international basketball being more professional before the age of 16. It's, you know, it's a big gumbo of dudes who are not afraid to go get it. A bunch of dog mentalities and have the skills to back it up. So that's why we're seeing these big numbers being put up. The Tatum's putting up 50 and 40 in the playoffs. These guys are trained for this moment. It's all just repetition to them now. The game is the most open it's ever been.
Yeah,
we got a couple.
I think so. I will agree with Shelton on this. Like, it's easy for Booker to go out here and say, you know what, I want to put these guys away and come out and have a big quarter. And it's also easy to do that when you know that they don't have AD. So there is some things I would like to see. Like, I'm a Booker fan, so I don't need to see more. But I do want to see, like, him in situational basketball. Like, what is he going to do next round with a semi-healthier team in Denver without minus Jamal Murray, but they still have enough depth and enough coaching and enough talent to and it's not so top heavy. So how will Booker fare then with the banged up CP3? So right now, I mean, they know what this team is. They already knew where AD went down. They probably was in the locker room talking about, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get this over with, and we're gonna rest up.
Give us.
Hey, we got a couple super chats that I had missed, and I see you put them in there. Aldrin J, I missed yours. Put it in here again for me so I can get to it. Y'all forgive me for missing them. It's my fault. Kalen McCoy said, if LeBron gets stars to play with, people will say he gets carried.
If LeBron gets stars to play with, he gets carried. Okay. Well, all right. Well, you know what? That's not even a wrong assumption to say that. That's not even a wrong point to make because you're right. But those people, in my opinion, are simple-minded. You know, they're simpletons because the entire game is about getting stars to play with you now.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, the stars are aligning for a reason because they understand that, we control our destiny. We can get shorter contracts and leverage our value. You know what I mean? The only one who's not doing this is Dame. What do we, like, everyone's talking about which team in the East right now? Brooklyn. And all three of those guys did what? Decided their destiny and said, I want to go here. So if LeBron goes and matches that energy, I don't get the people who have a problem with that. So if Apple goes and buys up this many shares of the market and Microsoft responds, we don't hear people on the news saying, is it fair for does Microsoft get coddled? No, they just say that's his business.
So I asked FIFO when I saw Dame walking off the court, Wow. I asked FIFO, I was like, how long will he want to make that walk? Like, I know he says he wants to stay in Portland, but every single year you got to make that walk, knowing that when you go into playoffs, you're first, second round at best.
Mm-hmm.
Is that how you want to do your career? Like, when do you become KG? And be like, enough's enough.
I think that CJ is enough of a real one to be like, hey, bro, do what you need to do, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I really do. I think that CJ's a real one, and that enough to be like, look, I know my skill level. I'm not shitting on myself. I know that I'm a star in this league, but I know that I'm not, who you really need. You feel me? Wow. And if you need to go somewhere, or if you need to push, get certain guys out the door, I'm gonna understand that. So I think that Dame, if he's gonna go anywhere, Dame's gonna be looking at New York. He's gonna be looking at New York. He's gonna be looking at LA. He's gonna be looking Don't put it past him to go to Golden State.
Yeah, I think you got one more year of Dame in Portland without him making a stink. That's what I think. Mm-hmm. We got another super chat from Tracy G. We appreciate you, Tracy G, for the love, as always. If Gary Trent was on the Blazers, they would have won the series. Absolutely not.
I don't know about that.
Absolutely not, Tracy G.
I don't know if he moves the needle enough, but that's a
Powell won a game himself in this series, so I don't see him doing. I mean, Powell did play defense. He did some things. I ain't saying that Gary Trent's not a little better at times, but Powell won one of those games. One of those games was on his back. I think he scored 29 in that game.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see Gary Trent making a difference now.
Gary Trent is just a younger Norman Powell. That's all it is. So they're the same player. So it's kind of a redundancy argument. It's like, you could say that.
Ever seen that Dragon Ball Z episode when dude's like, "Who are you?" And it's like a guy who looks just like him. He's like, "I'm you, but stronger." That's who Norman Powell is. That's exactly what that is.
Much.
Aldrin J said,
man, LeBron's out of the first. This would be his first time losing in the first round. That's fucking
ever, Manny. Feel blessed.
Leave Manny alone, man.
Hey, look, we got a super chat from Aldrin J. He said, "Do the Lakers retire LeBron and AD's jersey?"
Man,
I definitely won't retire AD shit.
Not off LeBron championship.
If LeBron gets one more, yeah.
If they get 2+, then yeah, you got to. But off of one, nah.
LeBron's gonna be enough of an icon off the court that all he got to do is get one more for him. If AD gets one more with him, they're not gonna retire his number, but they'll retire LeBron's number because he's been to the Heat, he's been to the Cavs, he's got them championships. They'll most likely retire his number when he leaves and retires. 6, 23, and 23 in LA. You know what I mean? Everybody wants to fight it, but it is what it is. I mean, LeBron is still unarguably Mount Rushmore, you know what I mean, in NBA history. So it's going to be just a matter of how long until they retire his number, especially if he gets one more championship, I believe.
Yeah.
Dang. So you wasn't here, and you guys were not, Manny and Q. So the defending champs are done.
Mm-hmm.
Who would you guys like to see win a title this year?
I mean, I would love to see my team win the title, but like besides my team, if I didn't have to pick Embiid, because that would just make me feel like the best in the world. I'm gonna say that I would love to see the Clippers win, man. I really would. But
come on, man.
I would, man. I would love to see Kawhi get one more, but
why?
Because I like Kawhi, man. I fuck with him. He's just like, I don't give a fuck about none of this NBA shit. He's still an NBA player, but that's what I like about him. You know what I mean? No Instagram, no Twitter. Like, dude, just do his thing, his own commercials. He yelled me the whole corny laugh thing. Like, I like guys who don't give a fuck. And he got that mentality. He got that AI to him. And I like that.
Kawhi too, but he already got one, man. Let's get some new blood, man.
I wanna see well, before tonight, obviously, I wanted to see Dame finally get one, but that's not gonna happen, obviously. So I guess going forward, I want to see Donnie get one. I like Donnie.
Yeah.
Donnie Mitchell.
You know what? I revised that. Besides that, I want to see James Harden get it.
I fucks with Donnie Mitchell. I want to see Giannis, man. I want to see Giannis win.
Fuck Giannis.
Damn. FIFA ain't said nothing all day. FIFA ain't said nothing all day.
God damn.
He come out fuck Giannis.
Fuck he do to you. Shit.
This nigga came out like hit him up. He said fuck Giannis as a staff.
Giannis, fuck his mama, fuck his family. Like,
how many dudes got that natural just talent?
Like,
You know what I'm saying? Like who has that type of length, that type of size, that type of ability, and then for you not to be able to maximize it, that's just I feel a certain type of way.
I don't like Giannis's. I don't like his game. I don't like Giannis's game because ever since James Harden said what he said, I ain't been able to look at Giannis the same. Hit when they were like, "Yo, James, how do you feel about Giannis keeping you out of the so and so All Star lineup?" And James Harden said, "Man, I wish I could be 6'11", 7 feet, and just dunk the ball and not really have to have skill." I say, "Yo, does he really have skill like that?" And then I look at his game and all I see is a bunch of Euro steps and a bunch of, you know what I'm saying, a bunch of 360 spins in Greek to dunks.
Greek Stromile Swift, man. I said it before.
His game is completely on his genetics. It's completely based on his genetics. Like there's really not much of a detail to Giannis's game. And that's what makes me not really like watching him play. I don't really look at the Milwaukee games like that unless I'm trying to dissect like certain film. But in terms of me for my own enjoyment, I'm not watching Milwaukee. I hate seeing Bro play.
If he gets to a final this year, that would take him beating Brooklyn, obviously. If he gets to a final this year, would your opinion on him change?
Nope.
I would say that Giannis is a champion. But that's just me.
But his game don't change. The game is the game until he changes the game. The game can be changed. That's all. That's all on Giannis. But to answer the question for me, CP, let me see the Phoenix Suns win one. I think it'll validate Devin Booker obviously to the degree. There's no more questioning about if he's a superstar or not. To me, I feel like we're witnessing a superstar performance right now because this is what superstars do. They show up when they need to, and this is a game that just put these Lakers away. And Ken just said it. Like, they just showed the stat. This man's damn near beating them by himself. He scored 33. The Lakers as a team scored 41. So that's what superstars do.
I gotta see it one more time. A couple more times. Bro, no. I can't. To my point, I cannot call this Lakers roster but sort of the way I am, and then say this is a superstar. It don't add up.
Right.
Okay.
You know what I'm
saying? He's doing what, like I said, he's doing what I wanted him to do in game 2.
I wanted the Sixers to get Devin Booker in that draft. So trust me, I know how much of a dog he is. I'm not.
Yes.
But bro, I'm very gatekeepy when it comes to my, usage of the word superstar. I only got like 5 or 6 guys that fit into that for me personally. I think the word super on that means something.
And they sat right there with me and watched that man turn red and start crying when he couldn't get to the basket. He couldn't make no moves. He couldn't hit no shots. We saw that game. Yeah. We all was like, well,
Shelton feeling good about himself because his one prediction came right that the Lakers weren't going to be right. So.
That was hey Manny, I backed into that prediction because I did say the Suns in 6.
Hey, when you're right, you're right, man. Take it. Hey,
he changed his mind halfway through. By the way,
it's like
hey, Ken, that's what
NFL coaches say.
I told the truth. Coaches say I backed into that one.
NFL coaches say a win is a win. A win is a win.
No, yeah, it is. Right. Like, I mean, injuries are injuries. I mean, we could say, damn, they say if no Embiid, Hawks in 5. Golly,
that's a fact, though. That's a fact. We not good enough, bro. Thibault can't shoot. Then, we not good enough, bro. Ben Simmons can't shoot. Tobias Harris, he get clammy hands.
It's kind of crazy. We almost witnessed the Suns go out when CP3 got hurt. Then it flipped, and now AD's hurt, and they're probably more than likely done. Embiid just got hurt, and that just changed everything for fucking the Sixers.
I will say this, man. If Brooklyn doesn't win a championship this year,
the memes. Yeah. The memes are going to be different.
Yeah.
It's going to be potent.
You're right. the league is definitely unhappy because I'm sure everybody wanted to see the Lakers play Brooklyn.
They still pissed Steph in, man.
Brooklyn, they better win a championship this year,
bro.
There is no excuse now. Like you can't even if Embiid is out and the Hawks, let's say the Hawks beat the Sixers, and it's what Brooklyn and Atlanta in the Eastern Conference Final, bro. Brooklyn better.
Man,
there's no excuse this year now.
If Brooklyn don't win, they gonna put a case on Kyrie. That's all I gotta say.
We got another super chat. We got one from Sebastian Pierre. What up, Sebastian? Y'all still watching Space Jam after this?
I wasn't watching that shit anyway.
You think you're not gonna take the kids?
I'm watching Space Jam.
Yeah, he'll show more effort in that.
You taking the kids.
He'll show more effort in Space Jam.
Oh man, I'm watching
I
Space
wanted
Jam.
to see. I don't want to see the Clippers win.
I want to see James Harden get one.
I wouldn't mind seeing Mitch, Phoenix. I wouldn't mind seeing Giannis, FIFO.
He ain't earned it yet.
The only reason why I wouldn't mind seeing Brooklyn is because James Harden and Blake Griffin. I think it would be cool for them to win a title. I don't think anybody will look at that title like they look at a lot of the other titles that Wade won and MJ won and the first one that Curry won. So I think there will be a little bit of it'll be on a curve, but title's a title. And I think that for Harden and Blake Griffin, they'll be cool with that. Because if James Harden would have got one in Houston as the guy, they would look at that thing like, hey, man, you did that as the man. But this one, it's an Avengers team. And I'm sure they'll take it because he got ridiculed for years about not winning one. The fucking Warriors had a super team and would beat the shit up on him. So he's just working it to his advantage. So I'm sure he wouldn't care.
It's a bunch of mercenaries.
What about Luka? I want to see Luka win a championship.
Who?
If Luka won a title, we would never hear the end of it. If Luka won a title, they're probably gonna lock us all back up in damn fucking balls and chains.
Come on now.
I'm just throwing a name out there. I'm like, could conceivably happen.
I don't ever want to see Luka win a title.
Bro, if Luka
ever?
Bro, if Luka
damn, you and FIFO are just hyperbolic.
Bro, I like Dirk for a brief moment, but I didn't want to see Dirk win a title because they were kind of doing the same shit with Dirk, bro. They were doing the same shit with Dirk, but Dirk was cold with it.
Hey, all I'm saying about Giannis is he ain't earned it. The skill set doesn't match the fact that he should be winning a title right now.
That's I get you.
I said fuck Giannis.
Do y'all see the way that we are not even talking about Steve Nash? Do y'all see this? Hey, I just need everyone to take. Yes,
that's why I don't want Brooklyn to win, though. For that very reason you saying right there too, because that just opens the door for the next Steve Nash. You see what I'm saying, Q?
Yeah, and Steve Nash already got that MVP he didn't deserve.
Yeah,
and now he got another job he didn't deserve. And
that's the Steve Kerr. The Steve Kerr effect is what I call that.
Come on now, you better talk about it.
And that's real. That's real.
Yeah.
We got another super chat from Tracy G. Tracy G, we appreciate you very, very much.
Thank you.
Should Jimmy No Buckets team up with Leprechaun Lucky Kawhi?
That might actually be a good little. That might be better.
Hey man, you gotta respect that name, and Q, you do too, because that man shot 20% less this season, so he is Jimmy No Bucket.
Jimmy No Buckets.
Yeah, he had a bad season. Yeah, but he had one bad season. But I agree. I think that actually be a lot better of a team, in my opinion, because Jimmy got the dog in him. I think that he will wake Kawhi up, and I think that he plays better defense at this point in his career than PG does. And maybe all Kawhi needs next to him is more of a defensive player who can get buckets from time to time, like Kyle Lowry, and a guy who's an emotional leader. I think that he needs that beside him. And I think that he needs a better big. If Ibaka was playing and you sub out Paul George for Jimmy, I think that you have a better Clippers team, honestly. So that's not a bad opinion.
This is not a super chat, but this is funny though. FIFO's skill set equals play like Trae Young.
Damn,
man.
Damn. Hey, they ain't about to give us the hottest album that all y'all probably not gonna listen to, but it's gonna be fire though.
Y'all like Dame as a rapper?
But yeah, anyway, Luka is doing he's doing some good things down there in Dallas.
Is that the only series left?
I should ask you, have y'all reviewed it on Dead End Hip Hop? Any Dame albums?
I want to, because I would love. No, we haven't, but I would love to review him. Man, I listened to Lonzo Ball shit. Man, when I tell you that shit was horrendous.
But I don't think he claims himself as a rapper though.
But Andre Drummond rap too. But Drummond rap too though.
What?
Yeah, who's the best? Who's the best?
There was
athlete?
something Drummond did on TikTok
Shaq.
where he was. It was TikTok or Snapchat or some shit. He was like dancing or whatever.
Yeah.
It was then at that moment that I knew Drummond wasn't shit.
Doing the fucking Kiki and shit. Like,
Yeah, it was something like that. Did you see it? I think it was some shit he was doing. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you doing this?
This nigga was doing a make it clap challenge.
Who's the best athlete entertainer y'all ever saw?
Shaq, man. He got a Biggie verse.
I was trying to think about it.
I can't even say your last name. Rickaton. Lonzo is horrible. Stop it. Don't even. The fact that you even type Lonzo ain't bad is a problem.
The best athlete entertainer I ever saw was Wayman Tisdale playing the bass. He got some dope albums.
Word.
Other than that, as far as any of the rappers, I ain't never heard none. Dame stuff did sound good though. Dame is all right, especially that Hulu commercial.
Well, they say what's his name can hoop. Lil Durk. Lil Durk can hoop. I don't know if y'all seen Lil Durk playing, but Lil Durk, he got that form on him. Like that shit, that's straight water. Like I don't know. I seen him working with Chris Brickley. Dog, he got the ratchet on him. I was like, okay, Lil Durk signed to the streets and the NBA.
Hey, Quavo can hoop too.
Man, shit. You see him and Jack Harlow trying to do that little competition? That shit look like, nah, that was terrible.
I found that he did this little stupid shit with the Cavs. Look at this shit.
Who?
Drummond. I found this shit. I'm gonna send it to y'all.
Yeah, man.
I was like, what the?
He was
I
a
was
rapper.
like, come on, bro. Nah, you don't
He's a
take
rapper.
shit serious. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, he a rapper, bro. He's a rapper. I fuck with him.
Look at this shit, bro.
King cracking up.
What? This nigga. I thought it was a good signing, but I gotta watch. Man, what the fuck?
Ken, you be getting on me about my old laptop. That laptop big as fuck, boy. What? That shit is huge. Good God.
That book, bro.
That joint huge, man. He got he got cerebral over that motherfucker. This nigga said, I'm trying to find.
Hey, y'all gotta see this shit, bro.
This nigga Ken know where all the mutants at.
Tigolo said that J. Cole is better than Schroder.
Shit, J. Cole averaged 5 points in the Rwanda league.
Bust down little folks said, I'm better than Schroder.
The fall off for real. Yeah, down 20.
They got one of him dancing to fucking Adele.
Bro, they talking about Trae Young and DeAndre Ayton like it was just the most monumental mistake for those teams to not take Luka. And it's like, bro, we all I'm saying is we don't know what the career is going to hold for all three of them. All three of them could literally win a championship. All three of them could never win a championship. But all three of them could not be MVPs besides Luka. And does one MVP mean that, you know what I mean, would you trade off an MVP player for, let's say that Luka is an MVP player, but he doesn't have a lot of playoff success, versus Trae and Ayton, who never become MVP candidates, but they have a lot of playoff success. I think that it's just a matter of what you view as, like, you know what I mean, like what your margin of victory is. Do you want tickets? Do you want sales? Or do you want main attraction? Like, what do you want? You know what I mean? And I think that that's just kind of how I judge these guys.
I agree.
Hey, we got a super chat from Kyle O. He said, Ken, that laptop gonna give you cancer. You better back up.
I
God.
be thinking about that shit sometime, for real.
God. He better
Here come the
do
comeback. You better get ready, man. Get hyped. Turn the head around. Get hyped.
man, this is some bullshit.
Hey, KCP to the rescue.
Nah, man. I on that point, man. Why can't it just be like all three teams made the best decision for the three teams?
Right. Like, why did
they really did? They honestly really did.
Like, Like, if you
Booker
look at
needed a
84
big.
But think about Trae Young with Booker though. Woo. That would be something to see.
I mean, or Luka with Booker would
They
be
both need the
cool.
ball too much.
Yeah.
That doesn't work.
It's 18.
Yeah. But
Trey
you know
with
what I'm saying?
Booker, you don't think would work,
I think
Fico?
all three teams did well. I think all three teams did
I
well.
don't see that happening.
Nah,
The
it
only
would be a weird fit.
only ones who have something to like literally like be up at night about is Sacramento. Bagley,
Yeah, Marvin Bagley. Yeah.
Bagley.
But
Like,
nobody brings up Sacramento in the equation.
Hey, where he
Fuck
go to
that.
school, Manny?
Oh damn. Yeah, talk that shit, Sheldon.
Hey, Manny is having an awful week, man. Let me say this for Manny
Coach
right
K
now.
Coach K said,
man.
these niggas wants too much money. I'm out.
Hey, Manny, did you see that in the chat about the breast? My brother sent me that I was about to die. All them niggas from Duke, ever since they started getting the nappy dreads.
You're gonna be mad when Coach K win a championship.
LeBron missed.
I'm even madder when
A bit more pressure.
John Shire win the championship because I think John Shire gonna be a good coach.
Yo, DeAndre Ayton is putting his foot in these. This is somebody got to stop this. Somebody needs to put a stop to this.
Just don't go out like some hoes, man.
Don't let CP start hitting.
Yeah, but it's been doing that.
Hey, Chris Paul need to sit down. I don't care what the situation. Chris Paul don't need to be out.
Powder hitting threes. You ain't gonna win.
Chris Paul should be on the flight back to Phoenix getting treatment.
And also, I also want to add on to my Jimmy Butler case. They traded for Oladipo, and he got hurt 3 games into his tenure with Miami, dog. I think that team would be a lot better if he was healthy. But he's not going to be healthy probably anymore for the rest of his career, sadly. Just looking at the trends of guys who have had that injury, they never get back to being 100% of what they were. A patella tear like that he had for a guy whose athleticism is that, much of his game, I don't think Oladipo's ever going to be the same guy. So Miami traded Olynyk, who started snapping on Houston, started balling. And it's like they kind of got to the playoffs and they didn't have a second option. Bam didn't play good, but ESPN was the main one telling me that Bam was a better player than Joel Embiid. And you see how one playoff season and one series, bro, they ranked Bam Adebayo ahead of Joel Embiid. They were saying that he was a top 5 big. They didn't even have Joel on the list. They didn't have Joel on the list. And this just shows you that people have a short memory. You know what I mean? They have a short memory. So we're going to see next offseason of who was the flash in the pan. Because one thing about sports is true, is that in professional sports, a guy can have a peak moment in the playoffs. And that can be the best he'll ever play ever again.
Oh, that's a hell of a pass.
It is.
That is true. Somebody said in the chat, did y'all see the news that Chris Paul rejected his $40 million player option and wants a 3 or $100 million deal? We talked about that earlier.
I think
What
that's
y'all
LA
think about
all
that?
day. I think he's going to LA with that if he has to. If he has to, he'll re-up probably like a big 2-year contract, and then he'll probably want to dip, or 2 years, one option after one. Or he'll probably just do a 1-year deal somewhere with LA and see where his options are. You know what I mean? That's just kind of what I think that's about. People saying he wants that big deal. I don't know if that's necessarily the truth.
Drink more water with the super chat. Appreciate you so much. Man, we really do. Hey, these super chats really help us keep the lights on. We appreciate it very, very much. It also catapults us into full-time status so we can give you more content. So we appreciate it very, very much. Drink more water said, Giannis is a 2-time MVP, Defensive Player of the Year at 26 years old, as the 15th pick, and he hasn't maximized his potential. Ben Simmons hasn't maximized his potential.
Hey, we gotta
Giannis'
talk
skill
about him
set,
at some point.
Giannis' skill set is domination. What unskillful player can put up 28, 12, and 6? Did you get that, Fivo?
Oh, no, that's one reason.
Fivo, did you get that super chat before you get up?
What happened?
Did you hear that super chat?
No.
That was directed at you. Pay attention to this one because this
Go
was
ahead.
important.
Ooh.
Giannis is a 2-time MVP,
Uh-huh.
Defensive Player of the Year at 26 years old, as the 15th pick, and he hasn't maximized his potential.
No.
Ben Simmons hasn't maximized his potential.
No.
Giannis' skill set is domination. What unskillful player can put up 28, 12, and 6?
Domination is not a skill. Domination is not a skill set at all.
Yeah. You could be physically dominant and dominate the game of basketball.
But what trait makes you dominant? That's the specific. You know what I mean? Like that's what needs to be said.
Well, Giannis has a combination of traits. Size, right? The man's 7 foot, but with a guard frame, right? With a wing frame, but he's big enough to battle most bigs. Length. Giannis is by far the lankiest dude in the NBA. Speed and agility. Giannis, I would say, is probably top 35, top 40 fastest players in the NBA. Every physical trait that you would want, Giannis has. So that allows him to dominate the game easier. Now, he had to grow into those assets because when he was drafted, the man looked like a kid out of high school. He looked like a freshman out of high school. You know, there was no definition. There was nothing there. So, you know, but that's really what allows him to dominate. And
your genetics.
Yeah, he has genetics on his side. And then look, let's be honest. Like, I'm not saying where he was when he was drafted is where he's at now. No, the man has turned himself into an MVP because there's a lot of dudes that have similar physical attributes, and then you know they fizzle out. Obviously, Giannis has maximized it. But he still has not reached the precipice of where he can go. And that's where I'm frustrated because dudes like LeBron get the flack for not winning. We don't give that type of flack to nobody else. And to me, if Giannis is a 2-time MVP, he is a Defensive Player of the Year, then why in the hell are we talking about how many championships he got? Because that's the last thing. And
people are celebrating a first-round win.
And what happened?
People are celebrating a first-round win like he won a championship.
Come on. Bro, you got to get to the finals, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because he done took the steps in terms of losing in the first round, getting to the second round, losing, getting to the Eastern Conference Finals, losing. You got to win a chip. And when you're a 2-time MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, and you not taking the last second shot on your squad, I take issue with that. That means to me that you are not the guy on your team. And you got to do something. Giannis, that's all in Giannis's control. Giannis can control what he gets better at from season to season.
And you know what? To be fair to Giannis, because I'm not even one of these people who, as much as I say I hate watching him play, and I do not like watching his, you know, just for casual enjoyment, I do respect, obviously, the craft and the work it takes to be an NBA player. So don't ever get me wrong. We use a lot of hyperbole, but when I'm being serious, I'm being serious. So when it comes to Giannis, I seriously do believe that he is a great player. But in terms of everything FIFA just said, I got to co-sign it because Chris Middleton, Drew Holiday have taken the load off for Giannis. And when I look at his skill set, I can't believe that domination is a skill set, and I can't quantify it like.
Just get
like
it to
that.
10. Just get it to 10. Just get it to 10.
It's a 15-point game right
See
now.
what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Like, come on now, LeBron. You just gotta get them boys in order. That's all you gotta do. If Chris Paul chokes this, bro, I will not be able to. I will be inconsolable. But for Giannis,
Devin Booker threw it away.
He's 7 feet. 7 feet, man. He's Euro stepping through the lane. That doesn't take much skill. He's a dominant defensive player. But besides that, I can't really give him a skilled player like that. LeBron got 18 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists.
I want to see Devin Booker take over right now. This one I want to see Devin Booker. There you go. Good shot. I want to see him put a dagger in him.
Monty Williams is not going to panic.
Nah, they had such a big lead. Like, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Monty is not going to panic.
They just need a couple. Oh, here come LeBron is sitting down.
Yep, and this is when the avalanche is going.
This is when it goes bad.
Big man.
I don't think I would sit LeBron right now.
Way behind.
Yeah, we behind y'all. Don't mind us. We've been having technical difficulties over here.
That's all good.
All right, it was a good run. It's over.
Yeah, they shouldn't have set LeBron right there. I don't agree with sitting him right there. I think
especially now he about to go into the offseason. Schroder.
Yeah, you need one game. You got off season to rest. You done pulled within 15. You need your horse out there.
Got to play the rest of the game, man.
There you go.
Sorry.
Ken, there's the Cameron Payne you was waiting on.
I noticed nobody said his name. He should be when AD is out there, you gotta be the number 2, man.
Ooh, there you go.
Lord have mercy.
But that just shows like
yes, LeBron should play this whole game. This is the last game of the year. Probably. So he should get all these minutes. I want AD to be in the locker room. I wouldn't want him trying to cheer me on. I wouldn't want to hear him talk. Just go in the locker room, AD. I would get disappointed every time I looked at him.
Be like, you dog, you? Like, nah. Love my style, nigga. What? You?
This was the quarter they needed.
AD gonna put out a press release. I will not be doing media after the game.
Yeah, he needs to. Schroder got 12 points and he hit the line.
Okay, that's good for Schroder.
Mm-hmm.
That man too big, too strong. Ain't nobody trying to stay in front of that.
Man, Booker got 37, Crowder got 12, and nobody else is in double figures for Phoenix. That's why I worry about them the next round, and I don't think they can beat a Denver team like that.
I still think that there's a narrative. There's a little bit of like shock still.
Superstars get you one by themselves.
There's still a little bit of fear of LeBron. That's why they're playing very tight right now. But promise you, when they don't have 23 across from them, they're gonna be a lot more looser with the basketball, and it's gonna flow a little bit easier for them next round.
The only reason I could kind of see that. The only reason I don't is because you won't see LeBron across from you, but you'll see Joker and you'll see Millsap.
Man, Joker looks like a Geek Squad manager. Joker looks like a Geek Squad manager. He not mad at him.
You'll see Joker. You'll see Michael Porter. You'll see those type guys coming at you.
Michael Porter look like an R&B singer. He ain't anybody scared of Michael Porter.
Oh, did Manny leave?
Yeah, Manny out.
Yeah, Manny left.
Manny's left the building, y'all.
Manny.
Y'all read Manny out of jet.
Oh.
Manny said, "Oh, my connection."
Manny having technical difficulties.
Man, ain't nobody scared of Joker, man. Joker look like one of those guys. Not. You know what I mean?
He good and all, but they ain't scared of him.
Yeah, like scared of him. Like, come on, dog. Not scared of him.
I mean,
dang, Manny.
They coming back though.
Manny he need the rest of this game to himself.
So he need to focus. He
at the computer, at the TV.
Shit, Manny got his Ouija board out. He trying to wood him to a team right now. He said,
hashtag bring back Manny.
No, for bring back our Mannies. This nigga Manny gonna start a defund Vogel campaign. We need to defund Frank Vogel. We need to defund the Lakers.
Manny pulled a Spike Lee.
Hell yeah, Manny said.
Spike came back though.
Spike did come back.
Yeah.
Spike heard. Hey, I bet somebody told him they were talking about him on TV. He came back for that reason. Because why did he walk out like that? He was telling everybody goodbye.
Yep,
he came back.
He had his book bag on.
Yeah,
Spike
he
told
came
Valet
back
to pull up.
because Reggie Miller called him out.
Spike told the valet to pull up. He's like, "Hey man, I'm gonna be out front. Give me like 5 minutes to walk in front of the stadium."
He probably had to ride a train home.
Oh God, this nigga took the martyr home. He took the.
You know, Schroeder's problem. Schroeder actually thought he was on the level of AD and LeBron.
No, Schroeder. You know what's funny is that Dennis Schroeder. To be real, De'Aaron Fox is who Darren Schroeder thinks he is. Like he look in the mirror. He look in the mirror and say, "I'm really him." You are not him, Duncan. You are not Himothy. That is not you, sir. That is not you.
Yeah, he really is just
Mm-hmm.
an average player. Who was he with last year? OKC?
Yeah, man. He was coming off the bench behind CP.
Thought he was doing something.
Thought he was getting off. And then he got a quick reality check. When Shea took that job, he was like, huh? I'm going to LA. All right, now it's cool. 100 mil though. Nah, I don't want no 84. I need my other 16 on top. Nah, bro.
How is that not a foul? You know, they all play hard. Like Schroeder, now that the pressure off, he gonna play hard. Same thing with KCP. Now that there's no pressure, and KCP won a title, he was actually a catalyst for them winning the damn finals.
Mm-hmm. With no crowd. Peep this. I've been saying for years. Well, not years, for about a year now.
Yeah.
I've been saying it. These players, a lot of players, everybody want to ignore it. You know, Kevin Love, as much as we laugh at it, whatever. He's right. Players have performance anxiety. And when you get into the bubble and no one's there, it's just your family and your beautiful wife and your kids, then you can beat TJ Warren and drop 40. But when it's time to play in front of crowds, when it's time to get people in front of you cheering or booing, certain guys do not have the mentality to be able to put the blinders on. You know what I mean? They actually listen to that shit and they be like, man, I'm at the line. And they get out of character because the noise is too much.
I said it all last year.
Mm-hmm. Like, bro, TJ Warren, come on, bro. Like, we ain't hear from bro.
We haven't mentioned his name all season.
But went crazy in the bubble, right? All these dudes who were dropping insane numbers in the bubble. And then you come into this year and you hear peeps from them, Tyler Hero, all these guys. Because it's easy to, be an NBA player and hoop in open gym. It's easy to hoop in open gym. It's pickup at this point. It's just like the elite pickup. You know what I mean? Versus you got 17,000 fans booing you, or 17,000 fans with their every hope and dream hinging on your jump shot form. Paul George, you feel me?
They're within 12 right now. We got a super chat from Dre Anderson. Hugh. Or we got a couple super chats. Drink More Water said Jokic averaged 35, 10, and 5 versus Portland, and he's not scary. I agree with you 110%. I think the way he won that game in that big game against Dame, with Dame playing out of his mind, he's scary. People see Joker, and they ain't no
Joker, bro.
We gonna wait and see. We're gonna wait and see. Like I said, 30, 10, and 5. 35, 10, and 5 is nothing to shake.
Respect him a lot, yes. Fear him. See, there's a difference between respect and fear. I can respect somebody on my team. To fear them means that I'm afraid of consequences. Like I'm afraid to get exposed around them, or they're physically imposing. Joker is a great player, but I don't think guys who are at that level of a DeAndre Ayton look at him like, oh my God, we got to go up against Jokic next round. They say, yo, we have a big challenge.
I agree with you till he busts you up one good time like he did Portland.
Bro,
that's when things change.
Right. But
he's gonna bust him up. He gonna do what he do.
And DeAndre's gonna get his. So it's gonna be one of those things where if Jokic get his 35 and DeAndre get his 20 and 10, then he gonna look at him like, yo, Jokic went crazy, but I did my thing too. So I'm not supposed to be afraid of him. I'm supposed to respect his game and go hard at him. That's what I think guys look at these dudes as. There's nobody in the league who is like putting terror, no young guy who's putting terror in dudes besides Luka and Paul George. Like, that's the only dudes getting like absolutely petrified to play against them.
We got another super chat from Dre Anderson. Dre said, Q, what's your top 5 books you recommend?
My top 5 books I recommend. My number 1 book I always recommend to people is How Europe Underdeveloped Africa by Walter Rodney. My second book is Africa Must Unite by Kwame Nkrumah. My third book is probably Black Reconstruction by W.E.B. Du Bois. My fourth book,
That's a good one.
$40 Million Slaves. And then my fifth book, George Jackson, Blood in My Eye.
Another good one. Y'all should with y'all being in the sports, y'all should definitely read that.
$40 Million Slaves. It's a great book.
That's dope. So make sure y'all go back and watch this again so y'all can get that. That was a good question.
Oh, this would be Crowder's first time beating LeBron in the playoffs. Oh, ain't that nice?
Yes, make sure y'all write that down. Go back and watch this whole episode again and get these books.
Oh, he had it. He mad at Kuzma. Watch you miss it. See, he had it, and Kuzma missed it.
I think he broke his nose, didn't he?
I think so.
There go Manny. Manny back in the building.
I'm gonna put the books in the chat, and I'm gonna make a correction on one of these books. I'm gonna say that one of my other favorite books is A People's History of the United States by Howard Zinn. So I'm gonna put that in there.
By the way, only have 2 timeouts left. Phoenix in the first quarter shot 68%.
Well, I'm gonna tell you my top 3. Number 1 for me is green eggs and ham.
Facts.
So
Classic.
that's it.
Defense has changed, and the Suns are shooting 45% in the second and here in the third.
Manny just come back with the TV on loud.
Manny got his hoodie on. He is in the dark eating Haagen-Dazs.
Hey man, we put a headband on like he was playing some wristbands.
No, this nigga, he got war paint on his.
Nah, man, I'm right here in front of the TV.
He said, "Man, I'm about to catch this flight."
Kuzma missing.
Brian, I'm at your crib, boy.
Oh man,
You really hate to see it.
That's like good foul to me. Just a hard foul.
Yep.
I think if you get the ball, it's just a good foul. Keep playing.
it's a good foul, man. Like, just it slows the game down. Like, come on, man.
I think the world is just soft right now. That's just all it is to it.
Be careful. That should get you unfollowed by certain people. It's a hard foul. Come on. And then they replay it 1,000 times.
Brian is, man, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, Manny, don't even trip, bro. Because Aisha and Savannah, they picking out candles right now. You ain't even got to trip.
I wonder if the Morris twins ever just switch places, like switch teams.
They have to.
Now,
They have
see
to.
this again.
They have to.
Now, remember when Draymond did that and they called it a common foul?
Yeah, they did, didn't they?
Now, I've seen that when Draymond did that to LeBron, it was a common foul. That's twice I've seen in 2 different games by 2 different teams that same being called a flagrant.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make sense to me.
It's damn near the same exact play. So much so that when I saw it the last time, I was like, "Oh, that's not a flagrant because they didn't call it last time." And now
Yeah, I got you, Guadalupe. Hey, FIFO.
Just stupid, man.
Yo,
Daryl Brown said Manny looked like he gambled his life away.
Hey, he do right. Oh man.
They say you look like a dude in Uncut Gems. Fuck. these fucking Lakers.
Oh.
Fuck.
Oh man. Hey, that's a good one.
That's so good, Daryl.
First Coach K, now this shit. Hey, FIFO.
yo,
Guadalupe Arco said, who is your favorite Cuban boxer? Do you have one?
shit. Damn. Like,
Finish the quarter strong.
yeah, that's
Bruh.
damn, that's tough. I don't have one off the top of my head, to be honest with you.
See,
So you got
things
Guadalupe, he gonna get back to you.
Out of him.
CD Styles
Especially
said,
the game you
people.
trying to come back and then you do stuff like that. You can't do that.
Yo, this team is so bad, bro. I'm sorry, y'all.
Yeah.
This team is so bad. Like, do y'all see this organization? What have they done this offseason? Marcus Gasol's not even playing. Like, what is happening, dog? This is
And what
not-
is-
And
what
every time they
adjustments-
try to make a run, they do dumb shit.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Or
was gonna say,
something
what
get called
is,
against them. Now,
have
look
y'all
at
ever
this.
seen Vogel
You can't-
yell?
How do you sustain that if you're the home team and you can't even get any home cooking?
I swear Taylor Horton Tucker has helped me look for a carburetor at AutoZone before, bro. This is not. This shit is not okay. Do you see what they got LeBron playing with? What is the? He got a technical foul? Come on, dude.
But they gotta let that go, man.
Yeah.
Like they, so the flagrant, that's 2 points. The technical, so that's 3 points they just gave Phoenix. The Lakers and the refs, but the Lakers doing dumb shit. When you're in the midst of trying to come back from down 20 plus.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, if you put a red shirt on half these Lakers, they look like Target employees. Like, I'm not trying to hear shit people talking about. Oh, you need the sunscreen, sir? Like, dog, that's literally what they doing. Look at this team. And you look at what the Suns have. Their rotation is tighter. They have the ability to like move the ball around the perimeter. They know the plays. CP is organized.
20.
5 more and then he'll sit down. This Suns team is really well disciplined, man. And it's also because the Lakers team is not good. It's also because of that.
Why is Booker trying to guard LeBron? That's stupid. That's he could take him every time.
Oh man,
You gotta give him a kick.
No, it's over, man. It's Schroder back.
y'all ball.
Oh, they took THT out after that dumb shit.
Mm-hmm.
But see, yeah, but that's the stuff that you got to get out of him.
But that's the reason, to your point earlier, I don't know if people heard, that's why you got to play THC during the regular season. So when you get to this point, he understands the, oh, good shit. Oh, wow. You understand the magnitude.
That's a flagrant.
Yeah, if you play THC throughout the regular season, when you get to this point, he understands the magnitude of the moment. And even if he doesn't, then, you still take him out and he'll learn next year.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
He definitely
Left
getting
it
old,
short.
bro.
Yeah.
That's actually a jump ball. That should have been a jump ball. He can barely jump. Y'all see that?
Damn, yeah, man. He's not getting the same extension. Bro, this is an injury, dude. LeBron is taking every breath he can when he's down on that ground, dude.
He is.
This is not the same, man. This is not the same. This is a wounded Mufasa. You know what I mean? This is not the real Mufasa.
Time, right?
Wow. Yeah, it is. It is. It's definitely Booker time right now.
This is a wounded Mufasa.
They got to get Torrey Craig out the game.
Yeah, they got to get Torrey Craig out of the game. Torrey Craig ain't done much. Okay, Booker.
Booker doing this thing, man.
Yeah, he need a bucket right here.
Man, y'all niggas hit me.
He heard me. He got one. How many did Booker have in the first half? Donovan Mitchell said Booker ain't letting him lose this one.
foul. I've seen that call so many times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the
Craig.
refereeing just has not been. Ooh.
There you go.
Torrey Craig looked
It
like
just hasn't
Bizarre
been
World
consistent.
Bradley Beal.
I mean, you call that, you make that, or whatever. Casey, bruh, you've been MIA for like 3 months.
He gonna be like, so?
I played the last game. That's all that matters.
So, my nigga, I played though.
They got a shot, man.
They do.
It's not all the way over.
It just kind of seems like, you know, when you in the backyard with your cousins playing ball, your little cousin, you just want him to look like he doing good, so you give him like 5 points.
That,
man, they playing with these boys right now, dude. They kind of keeping them at bay. Yeah, that's all it is. All right, y'all
trying
score.
to make it entertaining because it's the last Lakers game we're gonna get, so they need all the money.
Yeah, Adam Silver gonna come make the call in a couple of minutes. Put CP out the game. Adam Silver gonna make that call.
Oh, okay.
Bruh,
So yeah,
this
down
nigga
13
is garbage.
Either it's time for LeBron's gonna come out blazing. I guarantee you that beginning of the fourth quarter, LeBron's gonna play balls to the wall.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a matter of Phoenix being able to sustain this lead because you about to get the best LeBron you've gotten all series right now.
He had KCP.
Yeah, he wanted LeBron though.
KCP hot. What you think about point guards? KCP making shots. What'd you say about point guards and decisions?
Of course.
The man's wide open. He's been shooting this the best he's been shooting the whole damn series.
He made a couple layups, Ken.
No, he's hit some threes.
He had like one.
He's hit enough to give him
Hit a
that
couple
wide open
threes.
shot, bro. Instead of giving it to LeBron. Everybody, like, you need LeBron for the fourth. Maybe.
KCP is 3 for 5 from 3-point range.
Yeah,
tonight.
you got to give him that wide open shot. That's
LeBron made all that. LeBron made all that noise. LeBron made all that noise in his face. I need you to shoot. I want you to shoot. All that shit he talking. you know how LeBron get. Hey, bro, I need you to shoot, bro. Come on, bro. Niggas think it's so dramatic.
Damn, bro, I got to get the one out for.
I know.
I don't know why he pulled that from. Well, talk about that.
LeBron did. Somebody said, IB Rickerton said, man, y'all see the grays on LeBron's beard? He's stressing. That's a fact. That is
LeBron didn't get a chance to go get that Beijing.
Man, come on.
You mean that? Never mind.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Somebody said, what happened to the storm? Well, I mean, they must have had a wrong forecast, bro, because the storm ain't come. The only storm that happened was in the Lakers locker room.
Man, Lakers about to win this game.
Man, we gonna see. We gonna see.
They gonna play.
If the Lakers win, if the Lakers win this game, then I don't know what to say about Book and CP3.
If the Lakers do win this game,
you can't say much about it.
So we blame it on Book.
Yeah, you would look at Book. Book's the one that's been cooking all game. He got to close it out. So this is what this is here, Shelton.
Yeah.
It's here.
How many points did he have the first half?
33.
30.
Mm. So he had 10 in the third quarter. So he just needs he needs to end up with 55 points tonight.
They need to get to the free throw line.
That's 12 points.
The Suns need to get to the free throw line. That's all they need to do is just get to the free throw line and just slow the game down and execute their game plan to be able to neutralize the transition offense. So that's leading to a lot of points for the Lakers and a lot of their drives.
Hey, let me ask y'all a question that's kind of off subject a little bit, but I was thinking about it earlier today. Is Coach K's retirement the end of college basketball?
No.
That's a really great question. But I'll tell you this: is definitely the beginning
First quarter,
of it is a new beginning of a realignment of sports and professional sports and what is amateur sports in America for sure. It's definitely the beginning because as he follows, so too will the Tom Izzo's, and you already seen the dude North Carolina coach. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So we gonna see because a lot of guys are going to those programs because of those names, because of the history. Oh, you coached Leitner, yo. You coached Grant Hill, or yo, you coached Vince Carter, yo. You coached Draymond. Now that you got these 29 to 40-year-old dudes in there now coaching young guys, there's not much of the same repertoire. You know what I mean? There's not much of the same reputation. And I think that guys already don't really value that type of stuff now in this generation, and even more, it's going to be less because they don't have that history with them. They have just come to my school, you know what I mean? Well, and the booster bags too. But that's a whole other situation.
But Q, even if the coaches aren't there, those programs are established enough where they're always going to be a household name, and the path to the NBA for a lot of kids is still going to be college basketball. I don't think college basketball goes anywhere. I obviously believe that we lose one of the greatest basketball minds. And, I think he'll still be involved. Obviously, I just don't think he'll be a college coach somehow, some way. But
he'll be a USA basketball.
Huh?
He'll probably be USA basketball.
Yeah, he'll probably do this one, and that might be the last one. I'm not sure. But I'm just saying, like, overall as a career, he may be an analyst or something like that. I just don't see him on the sideline no more. But with all that being said, I don't think college basketball is done, only because we got to look at how sports is changing at all levels. A lot of people saying that in the NFL the players don't have a lot of the power. Yeah, the NFLPA isn't the greatest. However, there are quarterbacks that can move franchises, that can initiate trades, that can do whatever the hell they want to do. And that trickles down to college sports, especially now with the advent of the G League and kids wanting to either go overseas or go to the G League instead of college ball. College basketball ain't going nowhere because they're still going to get 80% of the talent. They're still going to get the overwhelming majority of the talent. The only difference is that this is not the 70s and the 60s where we're building up conferences, right? Where we have to hunt and peck for talent. The talent is now going to come to you, and the talent is going to still come to the big names, regardless of whoever the coach is. It's no longer about John Thompson. It's no longer about Boeheim. It's no longer about Coach K. It's about where these kids want to go play collectively. So realistically, it's about getting to these kids at the middle school, high school, and AAU level before they even go to college. And that's already been happening, which is, again, lending to my point that it's about the bigger institution. Those institutions are still going to thrive with getting top tier talent. I'm not worried about that. And even when me and BZ were in the agreement, I wish Nick was here, about the G League taking away the top tier players. We're talking about the 1%.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So even the G League and the NBA potentially lowering its age restriction is still not going to impact college basketball. College basketball is going to be all right. I promise you. One coach, one institution does not make or break college basketball. College basketball will be fine.
Yeah, because I think that's the only caveat. Is college basketball dying from the perspective of the Anthony Davis, the John Wall, the DeMarcus Cousins type talent not going to Kentucky probably and going to G League? Yeah, that's probably going to be more of a mainstay now in today's new era. But if we're talking about the Timmies on, on the Gonzaga, if you're talking about the Draymonds in the second round, if you're talking about, the DeAndre Hunters at UVA, yeah, those guys are going to go there. Those guys are still going to be there. But in terms of that top 1.5, 2%, yeah, those guys are going G League. They're going overseas to Australia. They're going to the Spanish League. They're going to Ukraine, wherever. High schoolers who don't get the looks, they're going to be on a fast track to say, how do I get my kids professionally overseas? But like FIFO was saying, the infrastructure of the AAU is completely profit-based, and it's completely based on the name and getting 4-star, 3-star guys. So that's never going anywhere.
We got a super chat from Dub9 Eli. Hey, we appreciate you, Dub9 Eli. It's my first time seeing your name on here, so I appreciate you, man.
What up?
surprised no one is talking about how Booker is balling right now. He is accounting for over half the Suns' points heading into the third.
We want to see
That's
him
crazy.
close it out.
We've been talking
about it.
We've been talking about him.
Ooh, jump ball. How do you not? Why does it take that? Come on, man.
I mean, they missed 2 fouls on the Suns earlier. I don't know what's going on with this.
Hey, we appreciate all the super chat love tonight, man. We appreciate everything that you guys do. We appreciate y'all for hanging out with us.
That's a fact. I know y'all up late unless you're on the West Coast stressing with Manny.
Yeah.
Man.
Yes, and I appreciate it all. Appreciate it all, man.
I know y'all stressing out there, but it's all good.
Just know we do not take this for granted. And thank y'all, man, for helping us to get our channel to grow. If you can, bring somebody on with you next week to watch with you. Keep us active in the chat. And we appreciate you. We appreciate you very much. We're going to try to give you a lot more and a lot better content going forward. We're working on some other things, too. So just make sure you tune in. Also, check out all the other shows on the network as well.
Thanks.
Like, I'm just saying, they've been doing that the whole game. Right. LeBron got no lift.
He done missed a couple of layups, a couple baskets that he would normally make. He's not made, and he's trying to will himself to make some of these shots, and he's just not right now.
He's not. You can see it, bro. Like, this shit is.
You know what? I think it's better for LeBron and the Lakers to lose. Take
So they
the
can
rest
regroup.
that you didn't get from last season.
Yeah.
Because look, man, it's not like Bron is 27, the man 37. Like, that's a big difference. He don't have it right now, and you can see it. Like he wants to be able to just on command elevate it, and he can almost get to the spot when he needs to, but he can't finish. He just don't have the same type of explosion.
Well,
You're 100% right.
Because he ain't got much rest.
He hasn't got much rest.
He's not. Look at his drives, y'all. If you look at his drives, he's not getting the angle that he normally does off his first step.
Yeah,
his first step is decelerated, man.
Okay, we're down to a 10-point game right now. Booker just turned it over. It's time to see what he's gonna do now. Chris Paul has the ball, and it's trying to.
Cool. Okay, get the guy out of here, bro.
I told you I don't like Kuzma in the game. Yeah, LeBron's played 36 minutes.
Kuzma should be one of those guards who send people to their seat.
Kuzma is stealing money from the Lakers.
Bro,
Big
Kuzma.
shot.
That is a big shot.
Bro, Kuzma is going to be one of the best players on the Orlando Magic in about.
Keep watching. He does it again. He's going to do it again for y'all. Wait till you see this one. I should have been quiet so you can see your reaction.
Kuzma is going to be Kuzma's going to be an incredible bench piece, man. For somebody.
What the fuck was you doing?
Oh my!
Yeah,
Vogel.
Damn.
LeBron has come out.
He took LeBron out.
Yeah, LeBron is sitting down. So LeBron had to have asked to come out.
Well, his body language after that.
Kuzma. I said it a long time. People in the chat, Kuz is good, but he's gonna be good somewhere else. He's not gonna ever be good here. And the longer he stays with this team, the worse he's gonna be.
Yeah, he's winded.
Yeah, it's over.
He tired of shit, bro. He 37. We can't have the same type of expectations physically on LeBron. And obviously, he's defied father time the most out of any NBA basketball player. But at the end of the day, the man is 37 years old, or about to be 37 in December. It's different. And then on top of all of that, he's played the most NBA minutes ever. He's played in all of these Olympics. He just came from the bubble, 70 days in between. Like, yo, come on, man. The fact that he's even able to do what he's been able to do speaks volumes.
So, FIFO, do you think he's done
for this season?
Because I think, like I said, I think LeBron is still LeBron. I'm one of the ones that don't pay attention to his age. I pay attention to everything that you said, but he's defied it. He was doing it earlier in the year. So, to me, it's not really his age as much as it's Christian. I think if LeBron was 27, he still would feel the same way having to do everything he's had to do lately.
Mentally, he'd feel the same way, but physically, he'd be able to overcome. Because we've seen it. You know, at the end of the day, Shelton, I trust my eyes. My eyes on young LeBron showed me that he could score 22 straight against the best defense in the NBA en route to making it to the finals with a whole bunch of bums on his squad. I saw that with my own 2 eyes. We could go back on YouTube and watch it. What my eyes are telling me now, he's old. He doesn't have the requisite help. His second best player on the team is out, and there's not much that he can do to just overcome. He doesn't have that type of will anymore. Now, and I don't mean from a perspective of heart. He still has the heart, but physically he can't overcome the deficiencies in the team and the coaching.
Well, not coming off that ankle injury, I guess.
That's all I'm saying. That to me, that's the biggest thing. The ankle injury, as well as him not having the proper offseason, that's really the ill effects that I see. Because like I said, LeBron was performing all year. I mean, he was having a great year.
But let me ask you,
we talked about him
watching him. He don't look his age.
He does to me, but I think it's part. I think he just because they actually told him he had to sit out the rest of the season. Mm-hmm. He came back. He decided to come back because they were in danger of missing the playoffs. Mm-hmm. But to answer your question, Shelton, I think it's over, man.
No, come on, Ken. Okay, that's very hyperbolic. Like, it's not over.
LeBron's a very efficient player. He'll be able to put up a great stat line. But the dominant player that have dominated games and that can will his team back into a win or back into the game, that's gone.
No, and that's where I disagree.
Okay.
I just think LeBron. I always talk about old man game. Right? And LeBron has, over the years, carved out old man game. But now he has to matriculate down to old man status. You know what I'm saying? Like there's...
And what does that look like? Like, that's the guy putting up great numbers. You're talking about Wizards Jordan at that point.
What I'm
on paper.
What I'm talking about is LeBron still being able to do all of the things that you said that he can't do, that it's over. He's just going to do it in a different way. He just hasn't gotten to the point of figuring that out. Because think about this, Ken, and this is where my whole basis of what I'm talking about is coming from. When you watch somebody like Grant Hill or D Rose lose all of their athleticism rapidly due to injury after injury after injury.
Tracy
McGrady. Mentally, I'm still at this top tier level, but my body is telling me no. So there's an adjustment period there, right? Where LeBron is the opposite, where his brain is still tip top, but his body is slowly declining. And obviously he's had more injuries in the last 2-3 years, which advanced that decline, but it's still not grand enough for him to be like, I have to completely change my game. He just has to figure out what it is to be dominant at this stage in his career. He hasn't figured that out yet.
Come back to this episode, y'all, because I'm going to tell you, I agree with people again, because I've been saying for probably the last couple weeks now that LeBron is hurt. And yes, he's declined. But I think his decline, to me, the floor of his decline is where he was prior to injury. And that was an MVP candidate in the NBA. Correct. And I believe that floor, even if it declines a little bit more because of the injury and he'll never be able to get certain things back to his game, 85% of what he was is better than still 90% of the league.
Correct.
So if you're still better than 90% of the league, all that says to me is, as an organization, Rob Pelinka, you need to go get a third option or a second option next to AD and make LeBron look even better in this decreased role.
Correct. Make LeBron be your facilitator and do it in spots.
Yes.
And that's what you really need from him. But somebody in the chat just said LeBron got 24 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 blocks, and 2 steals.
Mm-hmm. And this is
pretty good numbers.
It's like, dude, like, what else do you want him to like really get?
No, I take back what I said earlier about him. What are you talking about? He showed some fight tonight. I mean, he showed some fight. I like the way the Lakers finished. I mean, it's not going to be the result that I want, but you know, at least we showed some fight. Yeah. And he showed some fight, so I agree.
It's like when Kobe. It's like when Kobe put up 42 against OKC in his last playoff game ever. You know what I mean? Like he went out gunning. He went out like, yo, no, fuck that. It's the mentality. We here. And just because they was down 13 the whole game, Kobe still kept putting shot after shot, up and under, and they respected him. And I think that they just need to retool, man. They just need to retool. They go get a guy like Bradley Beal to be the third guy behind LeBron and AD. It could be a whole separate issue. Go get Steph. It's murder. You know what I mean? Go get Zach LaVine. You might be able to make him into something more. Who knows? You know what I mean?
EHT got it down to 11 with 2 buckets back to back.
Yeah.
He should have been playing. I've been saying it. Vogel don't know what the fuck he doing.
Never mind.
THC can't play all the minutes, dog. Like,
bro, this is like I'm saying. It's backyard basketball with your little cousin. Man. They keep him keeping him at bay.
Yep. Booker really has been quiet in this fourth quarter.
They're keeping him at bay. That's all it is.
Crowder,
he hit 3 in the first quarter.
He done hit 6. They shoot 60% from 3.
I know.
Uh-oh.
The last 2 minutes is gonna be crazy.
All right, I want a bucket right now, Booker. I want a Booker bucket. Every time I said it, he's done it. So let's see if we can do it now.
Let's make sure we watching Booker to see if he's doing the little things to get other guys open shots.
I think that MVP LeBron, I think that was all AD. I think it was smoke and mirrors. I think he was able to put up those numbers because AD was on the court, and because he has the brand name over AD, they gave him the MVP look and not anyone else.
Okay, Booker passed that with about 5 seconds left on the shot clock and didn't have to. So we killed Steph for that same type pass to Draymond. Let's see what Booker do now.
Got to get a bucket. Not necessarily
one-on-one. Nice move. Oh, he drew a foul.
The final 2 minutes is when you're going to see LeBron give literally everything he has for the rest of the season.
Wasn't set.
No.
That's it, Beast from these. I ain't going to spoil the game. I'm sorry. I forgot I'm ahead.
That one.
They just can't get those
them stops.
Those key buckets to put the pressure
back on Phoenix.
Yeah.
And Phoenix always
Booker
has
turning red, Shelton.
Yeah, he turned red a little bit now. Darryl Brown, that's a good point. Darryl Brown said, Ken, you wrong on that because AD was out at the point when the LeBron MVP narrative started.
Yep, and LeBron put the team on his back, started going crazy. And that's why I believe, man, you just need to go get him a third option. Go get him a guy.
Facts.
Go get him a guy, man. Go get him another guy next to AD, a shooter guy can do something off the dribble.
LeBron is done.
Bro, how different is this team if you just have Alec Burks on this team?
Hell no.
Bro, for real.
LeBron looked 36 right there.
Who was that?
Who?
Man, y'all do realize that you got blocked by Jay Crowder. It's a changing of the guard. You know,
so now LeBron
so much shit, bro.
LeBron set this up earlier saying I'll never be 100% again.
Still not back down.
He set it up.
Man, would Kyle Lowry have changed this outcome?
No.
I think it might have. I think Kyle Lowry's a dog, but that's just me.
Listen, a healthy AD changes this outcome, but it is what it is.
I think a healthy AD changes this outcome.
Yeah,
obviously,
that's what I'm just saying.
Obviously, a healthy AD. Yeah. We're talking about an AD with no pain and no bones popping. Yeah, for sure. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because they had control of this series.
But
like I said,
I think you're right because I would take Kyle Lowry over Dennis Schroder.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, he would definitely change his outcome. It would at least go 7.
Like add in a couple of key Lowry threes. Add in like 3 Lowry threes at the best moment possible in this game, and you might have the Lakers going on a little bit of a run. But final 2 minutes, we gonna see, man. We got to talk about the Jay Crowder effect.
No, we don't. We're not even.
He played this one good game.
We're not even doing that.
Bruh, last year he was saving the Heat. I mean, we gotta give him his resume. In the last 2 years, he been going nuts.
Role player.
Yeah, for sure, man. He's knocking, bro. He is knocking right now.
Come on, man. Okay, congratulations. Out of how many you ain't beat this man in how many years?
I'm just saying, Jay Crowder is a really underrated role player. I think he's great.
Bro, Jay Crowder is ass.
He's great, man. He's a great role player.
I ain't gonna call him great nothing.
He's a great role player, man.
Jay Crowder,
very good role player. He's a very good player.
Jay Crowder would be the third
when
best
you have
player
to rely on
this
Jay
Lakers
Crowder,
team.
yeah, that's the problem. When you don't, when he's a part of an ensemble, Jay Crowder is perfect.
Jay Crowder on this Lakers team would have been the same thing Montrezl Harrell was.
Stop, y'all. Stop, bro.
Y'all
Jay
know
Crowder
that this is crazy.
shots.
So I was thinking about this the other day because I had a feeling this was going to happen. The last time that we've seen LeBron, well, first of all, he's never lost in the first round.
Mm-hmm. First time ever.
In
LeBron
2021.
playing in the playoffs, when have we not seen him go to the finals? This is the first time in how many years that he's actually made the playoffs.
Yep, very long time. We take LeBron for granted.
It's kind of crazy when you really think about it. And now Booker talking shit.
Yeah.
Booker and Crowder both got ejected. Tigolo with the super chat, but didn't say nothing. What you got, Tigolo?
You know how I know I'm getting old, Ken?
What's that?
Is I buy shit like this now to protect my shit instead of just having it all over the place.
Phoenix talking all this shit, and they about to get worked by Joker in the next round.
You know what? You know what, Manny? I'm with you, and I hope they sweep these motherfuckers for getting cocky because they beat a fucking wounded ass Lakers team.
I'm telling you.
Talk
I'm
shit
telling
when
you.
you beat them motherfuckers with AD.
I'm telling you.
This the shit that
He
gets on my
flexing,
fucking nerves.
his shit. Like, nigga, come on.
I'm
man.
telling you.
Like, y'all had to work extra hard just to win this goddamn game.
I'm telling you.
See, that shit pisses me off now. Like, take your
I'm
W,
Bro,
walk off the court.
I'm just not forgetting.
Like, you had a great game. You had a great game. 47 points. You dominated us. Yo, take the W. Go. Talking shit, flexing, thought so. Come on, son. Come on.
I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna say I don't know.
Hey, you right. You right. FIFO, you right. Hey, you don't want him to talk shit? Beat him.
Hey,
absolutely.
Look, bro. Dennis Schroder probably called him a nigga, and he's like, I'm mixed, and probably got mad at some shit. And it was like, you know.
Hey, Ken, I'm kind of with you though, because you did say Cameron Payne was doing a little bit too much, and right now I see him kind of jawing at LeBron a little bit. So yeah, he need to sit out.
They doing too much, bro.
But here's the thing, though. We can't say that. We can't say that. We can't say that, bro, because them niggas might have been on the court like, yeah, we gonna get y'all out of here, and then he's like, oh, word, what's up now? Like, we don't know just because we see it from that side.
Absolutely. Look, that's like Tebow said. That's a part of it, yo. You don't want them to talk shit, beat them. That's it. It's simple. The Lakers got to take it. They got to wear that shit now because they got their asses.
You know what, Manny? I feel you. It's one thing if they would have beat them like fully healthy, but when you beat somebody that don't got their full squad, talking shit hits a little bit different. Yeah. It's not the same.
And also, it's like, you know, it's the Phoenix Suns, man. Y'all been irrelevant for like 10 years, bro. This isn't like the Clippers or the Jazz that have been on the precipice each year and they just ran into this Laker team and they finally got over the hump. Like, y'all niggas are a Cinderella story. Like, let's just settle down.
Until AD went out the game. I said,
I
even put this in the chat. They outscored the Lakers 161 to like 127 when AD went out the game. Come on, man. Y'all need to chill out. Chris Paul need to holler at them and be like, FIFO, I give it to you. They've never been here before and they're showing their inexperience. But I'm
but Chris Paul doing the same thing though, Ken. Huh? You know, you asked about me and all this other shit. I'm like, Chris, like, come on. You were one game away from having another playoff meltdown where you couldn't play. Like, stop. Right. Like, stop it.
And now you talking about I'm back. The Denver Nuggets whoop they ass.
My thing is that if I'm Monty, I'm telling them, act like you've been here before. Just relax.
Exactly.
Let's get prepared.
See, now
win
that
this
I
game.
agree with. That I agree with.
And that's what we be talking about right now. I will be all over Devin Booker right now and Crowder if I'm Monty, because that ain't how you want to go into the next series. Drink More Water came with the super chat and said, "There's 1 minute left and the Lakers quit. Don't be mad at Booker for still playing."
Get the fuck out of here, man, with that.
What?
That don't even make any sense.
What?
That's a troll super chat.
Listen, the game's been over already. Like, yeah, the Lakers had some runs, but the
game was over the first 3 minutes.
When AD went down, this game was over. That's it. Let's just be 100%. I like the fact that they showed fight. I like the fact that they at least competed in the second half, LeBron included. I'll take back what I said earlier. You know what I'm saying? But the game was over.
They never should have. So I think what's going to give LeBron and the Lakers cover is the AD decision, because that's all they're going to talk about now. The second thing is they never should have. We've all already said this, but why I'm bringing this back up is if you go out and play without AD, you have a game plan in place, and you don't have to deal with the shock of seeing AD go down with the injury and trying to mentally overcome that and scramble to implement a game plan without him. 14-1. This is incredible.
I'll save it for the end when I do my Lakers post my eulogy.
He mad. LeBron mad.
Yeah, LeBron is steaming.
Hey, I might have to take that back what I said about LeBron being done.
I'm telling you.
I think he coming back with some heat next year.
He's going to come back with
some shit for y'all ass.
That's exactly why I said what I said, because LeBron is not – I mean, he was injured, man. Let him get through the summer. Let him get his rest. That boy going to go right back to work, and he going to come right back averaging 27, 12, and 10. He going to do his thing, man. I'm telling you.
Man,
LeBron is a man on a mission, and he going to make it happen.
LeBron looked like Thanos when he was looking off in the sunset.
Damn, he not shaking their hand? That's what I'm talking about, LeBron.
Yeah.
Fuck them niggas.
That's it. LeBron probably going to the gym.
Shit, LeBron going
right now.
LeBron going. I'm about to say the same thing. People, he going to Cancun, get some massages, couple weeks off, and then he going right back. Shit, probably 7 days off, if that, 4 days, and then right back in Staples.
Right back in the gym.
Round. We have never seen this.
Both of the defending teams in the East and the West are out in the first round, and the NBA want to talk to me about their product isn't suffering. Come on, dog.
Not for real though, because we're not gonna talk about the Lakers in a while.
Exactly.
LeBron
you need to
has
see
never
it.
lost, and we have never seen LeBron play like we have never seen LeBron lose in the first round. I just can't. It's hard for me to process
In 2021,
every time he makes the playoffs, we're guaranteed to see him in the second round.
yeah.
14-1, and on top of that, every time he's made the playoffs, he's gone to the finals in the last 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
When he's made the playoffs, I'm not talking about the one he's hurt. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
That we're for the Knicks that are out there who like to bring that up. If he's in the playoffs, it was guaranteed LeBron was going to the finals. This is the first time we haven't seen that.
He ran the 2010s, man. 2020s is a little bit different. He's dealing with injury. Now we're gonna see LeBron. I'm telling you, the Lakers' directives this offseason is to get Anthony Davis completely healthy. And you know what?
Yeah.
Even if you have to take the fines and sit him down for the first 2 extra months of the season until January for him to make his debut, fine, you do that. LeBron gonna get his rest, he'll get his training, he'll get his rehab in order, and he'll be back to at least 80% of what he was, and that's good enough to be better than 90% of the league. That's gonna happen, and I'm sure that LeBron's gonna talk to Rob Pelinka and all the guys in the front office brass and say, yo, we need another option. We need a guy that when AD goes down, which is most likely gonna happen at some point, just like Embiid, then you need to have somebody to pass the ball to who can carry us when I sit down.
They setting it up. Hey, Q, they setting it up. He talking to Rich Paul.
I'm saying, bro.
Hey, he gonna get. Hey, man, y'all gonna have Chris Paul this year, baby.
Man, I don't want this nigga anywhere near LA.
Hey, listen. Hey, you know what's crazy is as bad as LeBron James played tonight, he had 29, 9 rebounds, and 7 assists. That's still crazy to me that he was able to do that.
The Giannis stats.
Yeah, and that's crazy to me that he was able to do that because he didn't look good at all. but the man still had 29 points. So 70% of LeBron is better than, like you said, about 95% of the league.
They got what's his name? Shit, they got Chris Paul talking to bro, and that little salmon colored joint he got on.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen how a Devin Booker would have responded with a healthy AD. If AD didn't go down, I would have loved to have seen how he would have responded in Game 4.
Well, here's the thing though. A healthy AD implies he ain't got no pain and he's good.
No. I'm not saying healthy AD. I'm saying one that didn't go down to injury.
Oh, one that didn't go down. Okay.
Yeah, okay. AD will never be healthy. AD is gonna have to be on that the Kawhi restriction from now on.
Yeah.
AD probably will never play a full 82 game season ever or 72 game season ever.
Mm-hmm.
So here's what I will say. I'm happy for Devin Booker. I'm happy for Monty Williams because I think he has a losing playoff record.
Shout out James Jones.
CP3 has been through this before. You know what? Jay Crowder, you finally got a little notch on your belt. Salute to you. So, Devin Booker, first time in the playoffs. You go into the second round. You're facing the Nuggets. You get a chance to kind of build on what you started this round. So I'm happy for them, man, that they didn't go out in the first round. That would have been kind of like if you're Chris Paul and you go out to the first round. You know how that looks for you. Granted, this is going to have a little bit of an asterisk on it, but nevertheless, you did it. And it is what it is. So I'm glad the Phoenix Suns didn't become like the butt of the jokes and CP3. So salute.
They were supposed to do this. They were supposed to take care of this business, man. The Lakers fans in the crowd, don't be upset. Well, not saying don't be upset. You can be upset, but be understanding that you're going to be back next year, bro. It's like if Miami got swept and y'all won what? 1 game, 2 games? Yeah, won 2 games. You can't really look at this like, we're the only team that this happened to. The deeper y'all went, the more injuries y'all were already fighting. And the turnaround, along with LeBron getting hurt again, AD getting hurt again, because of that, it led to this outcome. Now you just need to retool. Go get guys who LeBron can play with, shooters and a second option. That's all you need. Drummond is not coming back. He's done. Schroder he's not coming back. He's done. Wesley Matthews is probably not coming back. He's done. So you
nobody's coming. It's gonna be a whole
all
new
these
team.
Guys, a whole new team. It's gonna be a whole new team. There's gonna be more switchability. It's gonna be a bigger team again, and it's gonna have a third option for these guys to be able to have.
They need
Bradley Beal.
Like
Bradley Beal will be a Laker.
Cam Johnson that can really just shoot the threes. Like
Beal.
40% above.
Shit, Beal next to him, that's at least a bucket getter. It's not a superstar, but it's at least a bucket getter who's going when LeBron sits down and AD is hurt. Bradley Beal can keep you in at least a game if LeBron gets you a lead. He's not going to squander the lead completely. So a guy like that, it'd be nice.
I think that's what's going to happen. I think we'll see Beal in LA next year.
Mm-hmm. Shit, Clutch already setting up. Clutch Mafia.
I wouldn't want Bill in LA.
People either you love Bill or you hate him. There's not a lot of people that
It's not that cute because I do like him a lot. I just wonder if he's ready to play like meaningful winning basketball. Like when expectations are upon you. Like once people really kind of pointed that out with Kevin Love, I thought it was a bunch of bullshit. But when I really started to kind of take back and really observe, like, what does it mean when you're expected to go out there and produce and win in some high leverage moments?
I want to see if he can, though, Ken. It's time to see if he can do it.
Not at the detriment of LeBron. Go get or the Lakers or AD or anybody.
I'm gonna be real with you. They need to just get CJ or somebody. CJ McCollum.
No.
Bro,
I said that too.
He's good. He's good enough to be the third guy or the second guy.
Yeah, CJ missed some shots that are makeable shots, and he had nice moves. His shot just never came back.
That's the problem. Yeah. He missed shots that are makeable shots.
I'd act like CJ didn't close out the Nuggets 2 years ago when
he
they
did though.
7, right?
That was the last of the peak of his powers. They're fading. It's over for CJ.
I think the ceiling has been reached in Portland. I think that new scenery can do a lot of things for you. I actually really do believe that. You know what I mean?
We got a super chat from Drink More Water. Drink More Water said, appreciate you, Drink More Water, as always, for being with us this whole time, rocking with us like you do. Lakers got no assets or draft picks to get Bill. Well, when you got LeBron, you just make a way.
Yeah, well, when you got LeBron,
that ain't how it works. What were you about to say, Manny?
No, I'm just gonna give my season wrap up of the Lakers, man.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Disappointing finish, man. I mean, what can I say? Championship. Disappointing finish. It's crazy because it feels like this season is literally a tale of two seasons. He and LeBron healthy, Schroder playing well, Harrell fitting in seamlessly. Bogle having not skipping a beat as far as the coaching perspective, and the Lakers were off to the best record in the NBA. Mm-hmm. Then injuries happen. AD gets hurt. LeBron gets hurt after that. Schroder with COVID. The Drummond move. Then you have a team that goes from having the best record in the NBA to barely hanging into a playoff spot. So really is a tale of two seasons, man. It's interesting because, everybody's throwing out their theories of like what the Lakers should do. I want to avoid extremes on both ends, right? Like, so an extreme in the sense like, oh, just blow it up completely. Everybody on notice, just get rid of everybody. But I also want to avoid the extreme of, oh, well, if everybody's healthy, just run it back. Somewhere in the middle. I don't know what that somewhere in the middle is. I don't know if that's Bradley Beal. I don't know if that's CJ McCollum. I don't know what that middle is. I think this makes some changes.
So, Manny, I got a question for you, Manny. On this roster, if you had a choice, like if you had all power in the choice, who on this roster would you want to keep?
Well, of course. I mean, I was getting to the roster construction because, like, at the end of the day, you start off healthy or semi-healthy, whatever you want to satisfy as healthy. 90% LeBron, AD, you already got a good base right there. Proven. As far as everybody else on the roster, like I want to keep Montrez. I like Montrez as a player. I like what he brings to his team. I think he brings something that you can, in a stat. Like Montrez, I think he should be a part of the solution. Everybody else, man, I don't know, man. Like Kuz gotta go. I like Kuz. I still believe Kuz can be a really good player in this league. But like you said, it's just not going to work out. Kuzma is the Kevin Love of this equation. LeBron, whether intentional or unintentionally, LeBron's addition and then definitely AD's addition has basically minimized Kyle Kuzma's effectiveness. So he just got to go somewhere else. He can flirt. Dennis Schroder, yeah, he got to go. Sorry, it was a nice pickup. I still stand by before the COVID pause, all that. He played well, played deep, but he didn't follow that up for so. Yeah, Schroder got to go. I mean, and then everybody else. I mean, everybody else is replaceable. Like Gasol's replaceable.
Kuz needs to go to Sacramento, man.
I mean, Sacramento, the Knicks, anywhere, but who's just
Orlando. Like he needs to go to one of those teams so he can build up his draft stock again. I mean, not draft stock. He can build up his free agent stock.
Sentiment Q. I think the Lakers definitely need another a legitimate guy that you count on to give you buckets on a consistent basis. Maybe not a Bradley Beal. Obviously, if they got Bradley Beal, okay, great.
Would you sign Norman Powell?
I mean, on this team, I take a Norman Powell.
Yeah, like I don't think that's crazy.
He's not the answer. He's not.
I mean, he might have another ceiling to him though.
I like more LeBron and AD than I do liking Norman Powell with Dame Lillard and CJ McCollum.
Yeah,
it's better.
Yeah, or Lowry, he has to re-up this season. You might bring in Lowry. The deals,
the same
right?
thing about Norman Powell that we've been saying about everybody else that played with LeBron. Norman Powell would turn into fucking Jordan Clarkson.
Damn.
Who was the tall lefty that
when he played with LeBron?
Who was the tall lefty that we liked, but then when he played with LeBron, he was a bum?
Tall lefty.
He went to Portland after.
Oh, Rodney Hood.
Yep, Rodney Hood. Yeah. Rodney Hood was nice before LeBron. After LeBron, can't handle that pressure, man. Everybody not built for that.
You need
LeBron is gonna make you look great or make you look terrible.
Yep.
I think
you need like a star.
I think Norman Powell wouldn't be a bad pickup for this Lakers team. Look, I think the Lakers definitely need to make some changes, man. I think Pool's thing definitely needs to be addressed. You know, we tried it as well as we could. It worked. I think getting a replacement table. Drummond, sorry, go. I didn't even like. I didn't understand the Drummond move. I felt like that was a panic move. That was a move to make a move.
What about Spencer Dinwiddie?
Okay.
Spencer, similar to that Norman Powell type. They just need a scorer, man. They just need a bucket getter, a guy
he can get 50 at any time.
Hey, they need one of them Vitches.
Yeah.
The
Vooches, the Vooches and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they need a scorer. However, whatever means you're getting it, they need a scorer. So, yeah, man, this team, I don't want to get too doom and gloom because at the end of the day, we did win a championship. This year, we were hampered by the injury and then by it.
Mm-hmm.
I think you said it best. Tell the two halves. Like, there are legit things you can point to this season as to why it didn't end in the way it should have. Not excuses. It's just those are the facts. The injuries are the facts. They just happened. They changed the whole season around. Teams got out of rhythm. Vogel got too many pieces to play with. I thought Drummond would work if they would have had enough time to make gel together. They didn't. He looked a mess. And then AD goes out. So, I think losing if AD was on the court would probably feel a lot worse.
Because what's the excuse? You know what I mean? At that point, you're like, damn, what's your excuse?
Yeah, right. You got an excuse.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's gonna be interesting, man. I think that you look at guys like the Nicholas Batums of the world that you can bring in to shore up your bench and stuff like that if you need to. If the Lakers can get off some money and LeBron gonna make a couple calls, because let's not act like the Lakers didn't have no assets and yet they somehow got Pau Gasol in 2006. So at the same time, all you gotta do is be a big market team and make something shake loose. You know what I mean? And I'll tell you this: with Dame and LeBron both going home, you crazy if you think LeBron ain't calling Dame this weekend. You crazy if you think LeBron not gonna. Hey, what's good, bro? Hey, what's good, bro? Hey, DL, what's good, bro?
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, yeah, I agree with everything y'all saying, man. AD is healthy. In a way, I kind of feel worse because, you know what I'm saying, they didn't beat us at our best.
Yeah.
And I'm upset. Damn, if they had beat us, AD was healthy, LeBron's healthy, salute Phoenix. But they didn't. So that's what kind of hurt that. Damn. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, the number one priority is getting AD close to 100% as possible. That's priority right now for the Lakers this offseason. And LeBron, you just tell LeBron, look, no Olympic basketball, no none of just get in the gym, get your rest, get your body right, come back next year for season 19. It's going to be a grind. And then add pieces and build around the two stars.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think whoever said it best, and then we'll close out and get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
I think LeBron I forgot which one of y'all said it, but I think LeBron as the point guard actually works better.
Yeah.
LeBron
year. Is the point.
Yeah, you don't need a Schroder or somebody like that. Let
mm-hmm.
LeBron, be the point guard and orchestrate everything. Because that's one of his superpowers. So
you need a guy off the dribble. I'm gonna tell you right now who I don't know if this would probably be the best fit, but shit, bring in a Terry Rozier. Dude be just as good as any guy that they have right now already, and he can get you 30 to 40 on any given night. You know what I mean? He's probably be lower cost than a lot of these guys will. You to trade some pieces, maybe get a third team involved. But they'll probably look at guys like that, Miles Turners, those guys like that. They ain't gonna look at, only stars, but they're gonna have to shore up this bench, man, because it can't be just 3 guys. It can't just be 3 because that's not enough. Like as much as we talking about the Nets also got Claxton. They also got what's his name, Bruce Brown, Joe Harris. Like they have all these other people, but Blake. You know what I mean? They have all these other pieces that are also contributing to make the big 3 accentuated. So Los Angeles is going to have to do the same thing. They're going to have to find a 3rd guy, but they're also going to have to bring in at least 2 or 3 guys that move the needle on their bench, at least.
We got another super chat from Big Lou 07. What's happening, Big Lou? Kuz is more worried about being a model than playing ball.
Yeah.
I can see that.
You got the Tyler Hero problem.
Kuz is an IG honey.
Yeah.
For real though. Kuz is an IG honey. Kuz is an influencer. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He be doing unboxings and shit. He not worried about, you know what I mean? He doing, clothing hauls and shit like that. He not.
Kuz needs to go somewhere where he's humble. He needs to go to the fucking Pistons or some shit. Sorry,
I'm saying he would get off on the Pistons probably. He'll probably show what he can do finally.
The Pistons, I know he from Flint, so that would actually be a good fit for him. Go home and
get his mind right, dog.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? He just hasn't looked the same. And part of that has been AD, part of that has been LeBron. His role changed from when his first 2 years in the league. Mm-hmm. But yeah, he just hasn't developed. Or it's not even that. He stopped developing.
Mm-hmm. And Ken, last thing before we close out, we really do have to next week or the next time we stream it. We do have to speak on the fact that the Lakers team doctors in the front office needs to be completely held accountable for letting Anthony Davis put his career on the line like this tonight. That's bullshit, and they need to be ashamed of themselves for this.
Yeah, media types along as well because earlier Snoop basically called AD soft, and then this is the byproduct. And I'm not saying it caused this, but I'm just saying like the narrative around players being soft. Like, I don't like that. Like, if a guy's hurt, a guy's hurt.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I just don't.
Only in sports, when a person's sick or if they've hurt themselves, do we say, oh, you don't care about your job. All right, bro. So next time you are, you break your fucking forearm working at Kinko's, I'm going to tell you, get your ass back up in there and stack them boxes. That sounds crazy. That sounds crazy.
Michael Jordan, the flu game, at least it was at the time, put a lot of pressure on a lot of athletes.
You mean the Hennessy game?
Huh?
You mean the Hennessy game?
Yeah. It just put a lot of pressure on guys to replicate that, to play one down, because they, want to be like that.
But isn't that what sport is based off of? Isn't that like if we even go all the way back to the Greeks and the motherfucking pantheons and shit, fighting lions and tigers and shit? Like you supposed to go out there on your last and give it your all.
Yes,
right.
But we didn't have the media amplifying that to a point where guys are putting that image, that mindset over their own personal health and well-being.
But I think that any and every athlete always puts winning over their own personal health and well-being, which is the reason why you need the organizations to hold some of these people back depending on the injury.
I think it's the opposite. I think these coaches and the organization put the pressure on them to also play so they can continue to earn money off of the health and well-beings of those players.
I think it's a slippery slope, and I think there is a lot of that, right? Because at the end of the day, coaches, their jobs depend on if they win or lose. So do GMs, the owners. The more you win, the more money you make. So it is a cycle, Ken. But at the end of the day, if the player says no, then the player says no. I don't give a fuck how much you pay me. If I say no, it's no. But when you're the athlete, it is programmed in you to go out there and perform at all costs.
Right, programmed.
And we need to deprogram.
No, I think you have to differentiate between injury and hurt.
Exactly.
You could play, but then there's injuries where it's like, yo, you really need to sit back, fall back, rest, do your programming, your conditioning. That's different. And I think the signals have been crossed where like now we want to classify injuries and hurt as being the same. No, there's a difference between being hurt and. You know what I'm saying? So when we've seen those iconic performances where guys can play through
pain. It's because they're hurt. They're not necessarily injured. You know, saying the injury is manageable. You're not doing necessarily more damage to the injury if you play. But in a situation like AD, this is a situation where they're not coming back for the rest. He probably shouldn't have. Even if the Lakers advanced, AD probably wasn't going to be right for the rest of the postseason.
Bro, we got to, you know what? You 100% right. Because we got to be real also. Last thing I'm going to say is we acting like the Lakers were not one miraculous LeBron performance, or I should say shot away from being bounced for Golden State in the play-in game. We act like this was not a play-in team. This was a play-in tournament team that barely got past the Warriors with Wiggins and what's his name, Toscano Anderson as the third and second best players. And we acting surprised that this team getting bounced by Devin Booker and Chris Paul and DeAndre Ayton and Mikal Bridges and Jay Crowder and Cameron Payne and Dario Saric. It's a much better collection of talent with a much, in my opinion, in this day and age, I'd probably say a more potent type of voice as a coach in Monty Williams and Steve Kerr. Like, this was a better team that they were facing. So without AD, of course, they were going to lose this series. And I think that it's just, you know, Lakers fans regroup, take a deep breath, look at your rings, and then say, you know what, bro? People want to come play in this weather, and I'm gonna just sit on that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, that's real. I mean, I think that shows how much faith we built into LeBron, a hobbled LeBron and AD, where we think that no matter what the odds are, they would somehow manage to overcome and get it done. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, there's a reason why there's this saying is you are what your records say you are. And, you know, they kind of shown, you know, what they were. Like, LeBron came back, and then he sat out like 6 games. Like, the man just wasn't right. And then he came back for 2 games. You know, AD came back. He got hurt, and then he sat down. You know, and it took a miraculous performance against Phoenix to even, you know, get to the 7th seed. So, yeah, they just weren't right. It is what it is. And we'll see what they do next year. But nevertheless, we got new blood this year. So
that we do.
No LeBron in the finals.
What?
Again.
No Bron. No Bron, no Steph.
Yeah. So as long as it's not the Clippers, man, I'm good.
That's for sure.
I'm good, for real. But anyway.
Well, Sheldon, close us out. Close us out, Sheldon. If we got super chats.
We appreciate you guys coming through. I don't know what the schedule looks like for next week. But yeah, we'll figure that out. You guys subscribe to the channel, like, hit the thumbs up button, all that stuff, and you'll get a notification of what our plans are. But nevertheless, Tuesdays, Thursdays, we go live. So whether we're doing a game, whether we're having a show, we'll be here 9:20, 9:30 every week. So we'll catch you guys next week. We out. Peace.
Hey.
Oh, shit.